Well, hello there and welcome to the Onslaught Legends Cup number 2. This one is going to be quite an exciting one because there are some tie-ins with future events that have just been announced very, very recently. First of all, though, Ducky, hello and welcome. It's a pleasure to once again cast with you.
Yeah, I'm just only here to steal some strats for later, actually, Kihan. That's my goal.
Strats, we are going to be seeing quite a few of them. I have been told in the light of the reveal of the Onslaught Legends series that's going to be happening later this year. Some teams have picked up tryharding, especially the teams that we are going to see here now. It's going to be Storm and Cashback starting it off in the upper bracket. And what do you expect coming into this one here?
I expect a lot from Cashback, actually. I mean, Storm is the team that is also doing really well, but Cashback already has experience from last tournament. They've been playing very solid throughout the groups, throughout the play-in, so I think all eyes are on them, and then we've got to see what Storm can bring against that.
All right, and then otherwise in the bracket, we can also see the second upper bracket semifinal in between Mafia and Hit and Run. That one, I think is fair to say, is going to be a banger as well. And in the lower bracket, we have Scarlet, Flower, and Spell waiting to start their magic lower bracket runs here. The first 4 matches we're going to see today, the second 4 we're going to see tomorrow. It's all going to be best of 7, except for the grand finals, for which we're going to ramp it up to a best of 9. Now, Cashback and Storm, you said you were quite in favor of Cashback for this one. First of all, though, I think we can have a pretty quick look at the drops that we have prepared for you today as well, though. They did start at 4 p.m., so if you haven't done so yet since then, just quickly press F5 in your browser to start claiming them. And as you can see, today it's going to be some experience boosters and some consumables, and tomorrow is when the juicy stuff truly starts.
Yeah, tomorrow is a payday, as you would call it. But yeah, drops, love them. Out of the 3 tanks, I'd probably go for the Samoa personally, but that might just be me.
I think I would do the same thing if you could choose, though. Obviously, it's all randomized. That being said, though, I think it's also time to talk about the Onslaught Legends series, or rather the bundles that you yourself can purchase. So basically how it works is that 100% of the proceedings, so minus taxes or other stuff that goes into payment suppliers, etc. 100% of those, this money basically goes in towards the prize pool for the Onslaught Legends series. In my opinion, pretty cool style for the bronze pack. The silver pack has some decals as well, and the gold pack has ×5 experience boosters. So if you need those, go for the golden one. Other than that, Wargaming themselves, we have provided 20,000 upfront into the prize pool, and now it's up to you guys to make it truly awesome. Now, on towards the match at hand. It's going to be Storm against Cashback. Best of 7. What do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. I mean, Cashback is a very methodical and strong team. They have amazing light players in that team. Storm has as well with Lukin. I think Milo is their second light player, but I don't know if that really compares personally to having Liberty as your light player. He played amazing last tournament. I think he only got caught once, maybe twice throughout the entire tournament, which is pretty impressive for a light player. Even with the playing ability, it is possible to get caught at certain moments, but not a thing that was happening with him. Community prediction, I think it's the wrong way around at the very least, but maybe Storm can prove us wrong.
Yeah, 52% going with Storm, 48 for Cashback. Basically a dead even here in between both of those teams. I can confirm that it actually is correct because I've seen the predictions myself. Maybe some people remember the Storm team name from some past tournaments, and this just inspires confidence in them. We'll have to wait and see. Now, however, I think we can go in towards the pick and bans and talk about them a little bit. Obviously, the modifiers are going to be the same ones from last tournament. They are basically taken from the Onslaught season that is ending today, by the way. So if you still want to get into Gold or Champ or Legend...
I think it's tomorrow.
Today, I think. Yeah, tomorrow morning. So today, last play day, I think.
I think it's the 20th.
Or is it Monday?
I'm pretty sure it's Monday, Key.
I know that I have enough days saved up to basically I reached gold, and then that was enough for me because
You better
I'm
go
gonna
for
get my
legend
hurricane.
next time.
Legend? I'm not sure I have the time for that, man.
No.
What's the cutoff this time?
I don't know, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, not sure.
Sounds sort of doable.
Yeah, but you have to imagine if you have to do it 3 seasons. First season was like 4K plus.
All right. Now pick and bans though. Ensk and Westfield getting taken out. We have El Hallouf as the first map, and also we should maybe talk a bit about the map pool itself, because that one has undergone quite some changes. I think map pool 10 maps in total, and 3 of those were actually switched out. Maybe we'll even get to see some secret line this time around.
Yeah, so we got Studzianki, Siegfried Line, and Westfield,
I believe.
And we have removed Outpost, Klondike. Is that it?
Those 2 are correct. I'm trying to think of the third one.
Was there another?
There was another. So we basically took out 3 and we put in 3.
Outpost, Klondike.
I can maybe dig into our little cheat sheets later to see that. But yeah, talking about the pick and ban, first of all, we are starting off on El Hallouf, moving into one of the new maps, Studzianki, and then possible map number 3 would be Siegfried Line immediately, tiebreaker being Glacial. What are your thoughts on the new additions? I think you played quite a bit more Onslaught than me on multiple servers. First of all, does the meta differ on the servers, or is it more the difference between elos?
The elos are very much wider on NA. The spread is wider, so the games are a little bit more random. I'd say EU is a little bit more tactical, following the meta, and NA is a bit more, well, I would like to go there, so I'm gonna go there. Kind of style. Both have their charm, but I prefer EU because, you know, I don't play against the same people every game.
I mean, fair. Now we're going to start off on El Hallouf. That one was obviously their last tournament as well. But yeah, Mainz, I think?
No way. Mainz was not in there last time.
True, because it has, yeah. Anyway, predictions were all going with Cashback here. Both Moff, who you are going to see later, and Darky saying 4-1. I have gone with a tiebreaker, actually. Still giving it to Cashback, however. But first of all, El Hallouf, I think one of the most brawl-heavy maps. And now Storm and Cashback coming into this one. Storm bringing quadruple BZ75. 1 CS played by Sir Jacob. DJ whipping out the 430U. And Lucan, you said it, the light tank player.
Yeah, well, El Hallouf will have to see how that works out. Cashback in return, though. Bliskovic, Forge B, Uda, CS, I7, double BZ. These are very methodical picks that all serve a purpose compared to Storm's more, well, you know, one trick BZs all around. But I like the Cashback lineup. It has the Forge B with the 6 shells and the heal, Bliskovic, which has actually really good ability as well and can play hold down. So I have to see how that works out. And then the Udas, of course, with the Inspire.
Now we do see Aka Mezida here with that CS63 immediately trying to take the strike. He's going to try and generate some information. Puts a shot into Lucan here. The cap of the strike still not getting interrupted here. DJ getting tracked on the corner, and the CS does actually take the strike. Yeah,
the CS taking the strike. It is faster from the side that he's playing from, and now you'll see them struggle with this light tank though, because Hellmine pushing forward. He has to be careful that I7 can't really do that right now. Not quite enough guns. But in return, though, Storm has those turrets. They have those tanks that can play that corner more effectively. The Forge B can't really do it, neither can the Udas. So the Bliskovic can peek, but with that narrow controversy, it's not that easy. And Cashback is now going for the up and over as Lucan and Vicha are flanking from outside. Liberty just pushing past a lot of them, going into Lucky. DJ is the first one to fall, and this was a good reaction from Cashback because they're starting to snowball. Getting the first kill, getting the second. Liberty and the Forge B falling, but probably already made his clip, which is all that matters. Now, though, Storm coming back in from behind with their tanks, but it's 4v5 because of that flank coming in. And so far, Cashback seems in the driving seat.
Cashback in the driving seat indeed as Storm. They still have the Rheinmetall Panzerwagen that cannot really contribute. We do see Cashback with 5 tanks in the fray right now. And Storm, they're trying to commit in with those BZ-75s. But yes, they're very fast. They do have good alpha, but they don't really have good DPM. Now the group heals getting popped here all around. The Bliskavica still in the battle here. And this is below 50 meters. No alpha drop-off here. Missing one of the shots though. But the kills are just going in Cashback's favor. It is 4 versus 2 right now, and the 2 BZ-75s that Storm have remaining, they just don't have the DPM.
No, they don't. There was a good reaction from Cashback. I think Storm really counted on taking the striker. They won there, but DJ over Pekin didn't get it. Then made Aka get the strike, and then the flank comes in, but Cashback for that engagement did have the right things. I mean, the Forge B, if anything, wants to YOLO around the corner and potentially survive the Forge B with the heal, is that tank.
Yeah, and then also obviously the Bliskavica at close range just absolutely has the DPM to boot. At the end of the day, Cashback here taking a quick round number 1, and wow, yeah, just bring 7 fighting tanks, just push at the right moment, and that is how you win your games, I guess. Congrats to them for the first round of the OLC number 2.
Yeah, and it was Oyster Bay again that we removed.
Ah, yeah, true. Very beautiful map, but not in the pool anymore. I think it was one of the contenders as well for most played map in that time. But yeah, here, first of all, the damage numbers. The Foch actually getting only 3 shots in from his clip. I would have expected more from the Foch. Then again, if you get shoved around in the close quarters, it can be quite annoying. And here we can see the Bliskavica. I think they were not even focusing him out because I think that one has the ability where basically you get shot and then your reload grows shorter. So not one that you want to focus out. But then again, he has the good DPM to start off with. And on the other side, I think the biggest problem by the Storm players were that, well, the enemy team was just able to focus out the tanks quicker, meaning effectively more DPM just removed.
Yeah, those BCs don't really have that DPM. You want DJ in that fight in the 430U to be as long alive as possible. Of course, he's going to get focused, but when you only have one tank that provides DPM, kind of like the Bliskavica does, then you need him to survive for as long as possible to do the damage, right? Because of his ability. But he was the first one to die, which I think is less than optimal for the side of Storm. If they want to take a fight like that, it's the BZs that need to take the brunt of the damage. They need to take the impact. And it's the tanks like the 430U, the 50M, and the Bliskavica that actually need to farm for the push. So, yeah.
Also, I think the fact that Storm brought a Rheinmetall Panzerwagen, I mean, it's a great tank in Onslaught, but not so great anymore in the shootouts. It doesn't provide any armor, like the DPM that it provides is not great either. No alpha, it will immediately get focused out. So, yeah, now we'll just have to wait and see for the second round what exactly the teams are going to pick. Keep in mind, this is still the countdown in the game. Tanks might still change, but they probably selected them in the garage already. Cashback coming in with double BZ-75, 1 IS-7, 1 CS-63, and UDES. Once again, the Bliskavica Foch-B combination.
Yeah, they believe in that lineup. Storm, on the other hand, believes in theirs as well, because they're not changing anything either. So, bit of a match against styles here, just brunt of Storm versus the more well-rounded, methodical, and probably well-thought-out lineup of Cashback. This is, you know, you don't bring this lineup just randomly, like, you know, Liberty, you bring a Fish B, Little, you pick a Bliskavica, IS, you pick an UDES. That's not random. That's done on purpose. Every tank has its purpose in this kind of game.
And I think also the UDES DPM shouldn't be underestimated. Like, it has quite good alpha for a medium with 440, but the DPM is not bad either. And it also has the Team Inspire, so able to just improve everything like Vents on his whole team.
Yeah, well, it's indeed an improvement like Vents, but just a bit better because it's an ability and not an equipment slot. Aka there tries to make the peak. Realizes that is not going to happen, and the Archim getting it first, takes another shot there, so good stuff. Started from Storm, taking the strike, moving towards the corner, and now Cashback is in a little bit of trouble themselves. They do have the Bliskavica covering, and he does make a big shot, but again, Storm could make the overpush here. Liberty on that corner, ready and waiting though, but Squeezy not having a good time whatsoever. Liberty is going to go for the clip here on towards those tanks, and they have a crossfire, but the crossfire is still going to result in them losing 2 tanks here in the beginning of the game. Squeezy down, Hellmine is next. Liberty's now on reload. Twilight is going to go from the outside, but he's alone there, Kihan. He doesn't have anybody to help him, so Storm says, well, that's very nice. Thank you very much. We'll just turn around, go back around the other corner, and find ourselves a little bit of Twilight, who's now trying to back away, but that was not the flank that you wanted to see coming out of that BZ.
No, Twilight there doing them a big favor of singling himself out, making it easy to focus, and yet a Liberty there with the Foch trying the second win, has his HP recovery activated now, but the other tanks that do not fare so well with getting back HP, namely the Udas there that's getting blown up, and also the CS63 that's probably the next one on the chopping block, do spell defeat in round number 2 for Cashback here. So Storm, after losing that first round, recuperating beautifully against a very, very interesting lineup from Cashback, but do manage to equalize the scoreline. It's gonna be 1-1. The Bliskovica, not enough to save the day this time.
No, they did have that crossfire, but again, in Onslaught, keeping your guns alive is very, very important. Losing 2 and then losing a 3rd with the flank coming out from that last BZ, maybe, who knows, in a hypothetical world, very hypothetical, where they play distance, grade angles, and take the other strike, they can achieve something, because they do have pretty good tanks to play that. I mean, Udas, hold on, and we have to push into him. But like this, it was always over, especially after the BZ.
Yeah, I think what Cashback didn't expect to happen here was that basically they just lost the corner, and then as soon as that happened, their tanks at the corner were just completely singled out there, just easy pickings. One by one, they went down, and you said it, as soon as you start being down 1 or 2 tanks, not only is the DPM missing, you also have the abilities that cannot contribute anymore, all of that stuff. And yeah, we do see Squeezy here not faring too well on the lineup of Cashback, able to get out one shot, but that doesn't really matter, to be honest. And then we see the DPM tanks on top. This time the Foch actually able to get off more than one clip, but yeah, I don't think any tank with any kind of DPM could have prevented defeat here. It was just the Storm guys recognizing the opportunity that was being presented at the corner here, taking it and just executing beautifully.
Yeah, they made the right push, the right call, and the light working out there for them this time around. I understand what it does. You know, he spots them in the beginning. He then respots if they're going for the left or the right, which gives you the opportunity to adjust your own strategy, right? Whether they're going for the top left strike or the C2 strike. But it's interesting that both teams did decide to go to A1. In the play-ins, when we saw it, everybody decided to go for the middle strike.
We'll have to wait and see. Now, that was a very, very quick El Hallouf, which means now we're headed on towards the second map of the match. And it's going to be a new addition to the pool, Studzianki. I think in the Onslaught Mega Platoon, we played it once or twice. Me getting committed to one of the strikes with the IS-7s. I still have nightmares from that one. But yeah, pretty interesting map to play. It is also at times very, very open. So I do firmly expect both teams to pick a Rheinmetall here, just to be able to get this information. Also, it should be said that basically the amount of strikes and info points is 2 each, all rather focused around the cap. So if your team decides to go south, then you don't really have a lot of strikes to work with.
Yeah, but you need self-control to be able to hold every angle as well. So it's always a little bit of a guessing game about where you want to go. But Cashback starting it off, 60p, double I7 Leo for TDU, E3. RHM, so overall it looks pretty light, but that's because they want to be able to contest both A-line and South. Storm, on the other hand, a bit heavier key.
Yeah, very much so. Triple 60 TP, then the weakest tank of all time, making its double return here, double E50M. We have the 430U and the Rheinmetall Panzerwagen as well.
Yeah, so Cashback just using that Leo, and the Leo is actually a very, very nice tank. We'll see quite a bit of it. With the improved dispersion, it becomes even better, and it also gets a strike like this, yes.
It does also get the strike. It obviously has the alpha advantage with those 420. Obviously with with the kind of accuracy modifier that you get from Onslaught, you don't really need to play with vert steps, in my opinion, either, or IAU for that matter. We'll have to wait and see. Double IS-7 getting committed towards the strike in the middle of the map here by Cashback now. I think that is Aka taking it. Now DJ pushing on the outside against the E3 of Twilight. That does take a shot from the Rheinmetall that has been sent towards the strike by Storm here. That is a quick push on towards the E3 that does already have his ability popped here. Big shot into Lucky, and every single one of those shots that he's going to take is going to reduce his reload, so he's going to be off of reload very soon. Another big shot connects, but the E3 falls.
The E3 falls, but the damage trade-off wasn't that bad for it. Actually, Lucky a one-shot, DJ taking one as well. They're now trying to overmatch Jordan, while Hellmine off-screen finds a Lucky big strike on the double IS-7. And now you can see the light lineup of Cashback, even with more HP, starting to struggle a little bit. Liberty forced back. Jacob coming out with the 60p, trying to get a shot on the RHM, makes him a one-shot. If Yuzek could finish it, that'd be huge. No, actually, DJ from the back. I think Cashback went through a little bit too much, too quickly there, overreacting to what is happening, because now these IS-7s are sharing a similar fate as their RHM, as Milo, even with the Ram, and Jordan from the other side, a tag team that Little has no interest in being in. He's just going to go back to the garage, and Storm, even on HP, basically, with Cashback, but up so many guns and have complete factory control.
Yeah, Cashback with that factory. I mean, almost lost it. We do see the Leopard from the back lines trying to contribute anything. Obviously, he does have the problem of himself getting penetrated by all of those guns. We now see Storm here with a capping attempt down towards 10 seconds. Now I said putting another shot into DJ here, who is unable to retaliate, so Cap is getting abandoned at the time being. Storm, they need to make it work with the superior amount of guns and also that big trump card that they still have. Lukin in that Rheinmetall Panzerwagen, he can just ring around the rosy with the team of Cashback.
Yeah, the cap was, you know, it was attempted, but it was more of a, we force at least one of the Cashback tanks close so we can do the same story what we've been doing this whole game. Just overrun them with sheer numbers, and they have been able to do that consistently. Hellmine does survive on 369 HP, and a pretty big Leo strike actually coming out as well. Squeezy getting spotted out, needs to be careful. That's Lukin, of course. Now Aka retaking the strike. It's not over just yet, and that's really funny because neither Little or Liberty should be really dead at this point.
We'll have to wait and see now. Cashback taking the first strike in the middle here. That's going to be Aka. Meanwhile, Lukin trying to capture the outside strike as well. We do see here Hellmind in his 60 TP, the next one to bite the dust. So only 3 tanks by Cashback remaining. Yes, HP is almost even still as Sir Jacob goes down towards a one-shot, but not a one-strike, as I said. And Squeezy with the quick 1-2 punch combination do take out 2 tanks to make it a 3v4.
Yeah, but the issue is DJ on the side. You see that Forterio and D8, he was already putting pressure on their sides, and now Ice is forced in against Yuzek and Milo. Squeezy is coming closer as well. DJ is realizing this potential and puts himself in a position to help. Now Ice getting pushed by Milo as well. Squeezy, and can Milo roll this actually on Ice? No, he even misses the shot. Squeezy picks up the kill. Yuzek now in trouble as well, if Squeezy can pick this up before he does pick up Yuzek. And now Lukin will come in clutch though to pick up that Leo, because that started looking a little bit dire, Kihan.
That indeed started looking dire, but when you have a Rheinmetall Panzerwagen like this, no need to worry here at all. Now, I said he had tasked with that 1v2. He does have one shot on the enemy team with DJ, and Lukin with the Rheinmetall is going to be a 2-shot as well. Now, the question is, how does he play it out? Lukin there already on the information point. That is going to be detrimental to the efforts of the player in the clutch situation here for I said, because that means all of the info that they could ever want or need at that point in time goes over towards their favor. DJ with a good shot, reducing ISET towards a one-shot. He does drop down. He's going to be reloaded for the peak of ISET. That needs to come because that Rheinmetall is a wild card. And we can see Lukin already coming here. ISET not with the gun depression. Takes an HE to the face. 3 HP remaining. Lukin with that Rheinmetall sliding in, securing the second round for Storm. 2-1.
2v1s are almost impossible to win in Onslaught, and they are impossible to win versus a light. It should never happen. So yeah, but the bigger mistake there for Cashback is the way that they try to come back in, losing so much for nothing, especially losing their light.
Yeah, I mean, the light tried to contribute himself towards the fray, but just got picked up immediately. And then we saw at the end how beautifully Lukin played it here. just to great effect, coming in exactly at the time when it was needed, when it seemed kind of close, but in reality it wasn't anymore at that point. Good shots as well by that Leopard 1 coming in, trying to help his team, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Storm, the supposed underdog, pulling themselves ahead here, being down 0-1, now coming back 2-1 in this best of 7.
Yeah, and they did a good job with using those tanks that blob those 60Ps and DPM.
I mean, 3 shots by the E3, is it really enough? Because like 3 shots, that's like 2.2k. That's not
it's basically
really even
his HP.
A full tank.
It's totally fine because there was other people shooting for him as well. So you have his 2.2k damage. We also have the assist of Twilight because there's other people giving shots on him getting pushed. And they also killed Lucky almost immediately after. So that was a very even trade, IMO. That worked out just fine for them. E3 dies, you kill an E50M. I think it's okay. I think the I7 and RHM was a bit worse of a trade.
I mean, yeah, they just went in and did not come out of the situation. So this now means that sides are going to be reversed. Not that it matters too much on Studzianki, I believe. But yeah, now it is up to Cashback here, who did secure themselves a first round in good fashion on Hallouf, but since then not been able to put a point on the scoreboard here. They want to equalize it here, but this also means that we at least get 1 round of Siegfried Line. I can't wait for that map to be played. First of all, however, round number 4. So I guess it's fair to assume that both sides will bring Rheinmetall again. I'm kind of curious if we are going to see that E3 again, and we do. So Storm coming in with triple 60TP, 1 ISM, double E50M, and the Rheinmetall.
Cashback, on the other hand, going for the similar story as last time. Not going for that super fighty lineup, but using the double I7, the 60P, the Leod 4-3U, the E3, and RHM. It's the same. If I'm not mistaken, it's just the same. They play, it's an interesting matchup of styles. Storm is really just going for the, well, we push you hard, and you better hope you can hold it.
There is a switch on the Storm lineup, so DJ, who played the 430U last time, this time around going with the IS-7. Obviously, all tanks spotted here. That means every single bit of information available to both teams right from the get-go here. Keep in mind that they do start with Fog of War, and Liberty now, with a bit of a juke, is going to transfer over from the middle towards the eastern spotting point that we do have. And DJ is getting sent towards A45. I really like the position, also with an IS-7. However, he's not going to be in the fight with his armor.
Yeah, but they're playing a more split game this time around. They're not really going for the immediate fight. They're just trying to control the angles. Looking tries to take the spotting thing. Liberty pretty ready for this, though. He did end up using his plane, I think, for this. So he's not going to be able to spot DJ, who's just going to take the strike kind of for free. Or he did spot DJ because, you know, you can see that he's lit up on the screen. Probably use the plane on that instead. Liberty getting spotted out in return. But so far, so good for either of these two teams. And right now, you can see the 50M's a bit confused where they're supposed to go because they're not going for the straight push.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Lucky and Milo in those E50M's starting a long rotation. They're going to be met by the 430U and the Leopard 1, who are rotating over towards the south on the map. Little in that IS-7 has already taken a lot of damage, down towards 1800. That's like half HP. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see if the brutal DPM coming in with that EW50M is going to be able to do something good against the 430U. Both of them are getting spotted here right now. I think that was a very, very good play by Liberty, as the shot by I said does not connect. And now Little from the middle can actually transfer over on towards Milo if they want. Lukin coming in with the Rheinmetall as well. Storm is banking a lot on this southern push.
Yeah, but they're also repushing the I7s in the meantime. Look at where Aka is. He's getting repushed by the 60Ps, while at the same time they're pushing the Sal. It's an overmatch on every position right now. Jordan, though, bit of an overpeak there in the 60P, gets punished for it. Aka staying alive is the name of the game for him. Twilight with that E3, super strong position for him. They do find that first IS-7, but now Little has transferred over. Like you said, Squeezy's getting pushed by Lucky. That's not something you want to see in that Leo getting pushed by an E50M. He's absolutely farming him on DPM, gets a ram on Liberty as well. that's going to be a tough nut for them to crack, and I don't know if they have the possibilities to do so, because Twilight now getting flanked from 2 angles. Little is surrounded as well. The Leo is in no man's land, and Storm seems to have read Cashback like a book in round number 2. Great repushers.
Great repushes coming out from Storm as more and more tanks from Cashback here starting to fall. Hellmind in that 60 TP does get to repair his engine, but probably for not much longer. I think that was Yuzek whipping a shot here, but there is enough tanks in blue to secure the victory for Storm, as Hellmind, the last survivor for Cashback in round number 4, is gonna get sent to the grave by Jordan, and this means match point for the team of Storm.
Yeah. Great repushers. Combining both sides at the same time, repushing onto the i7s with 60Ps, then pushing south with the 50Ms. Again, abusing their heavier lineup. This time slower than before though, but it was well timed.
Well timed, and now, I mean, match point here, 3-1 in between Storm and Cashback. That is not something that a lot of us are coming, I don't think.
I don't think so. I expected Sujanki to go a different way, but Storm just had all the answers, and Cashback wasn't able to hold the push twice.
Now, first of all, I think let's take a look at the damage numbers here that were being pulled by the players. And we can see that the E3 this time around in the super strong position, you mentioned it, was able to pull off a lot more damage. But I think that wasn't the issue for Cashback. It was more that on the other side of the map, tanks were just getting caught left, right, and center, singled out. Just the pairings of the fights not working out in the favor of Cashback. Those double E50Ms really contributing with their DPM. I think the rotation or the transition by the IS-7 of Little that tried to help in the south was too little too late. No pun intended. And then on the other side, you have to also give it to Lukin, who with a beautiful plane was able to spot out that entire southern rotation, and then they could just pick and choose their engagements there. So this means after 2 maps, we are at a 3-1 scoreline, and now we are going to be headed to Siegfried Line. Cashback will be trying, but possibly struggling to stay in the upper bracket here.
Well, they still have opportunities to do so, Kihan. Siegfried Line, not the meta has fully settled on this one yet, but we'll see what both these teams decide to do. I don't know, there's a lot of possibilities. You can play without light, you can play with double light, you can play with single light.
I think so far in OLC number 1, we have never seen a double light pick, at least in the playoffs. So I would be very, very curious if that's going to happen. But I do think it's very, very viable because the map is in some parts very, very open. That being said, you tend to open yourself up to a lot of cap pressure if you do that. And now with the lineups, yeah, it's going to be single lights here across the board. Cashback coming in with that trusty triple 60 TP, single A50M, 1430U, 1 Forge B, and the Rheinmetall.
Versus Storm's triple 60, an AMX M4, a mouse, a 40U, and an Arch and Panzerwagen. The M4 is an interesting pick here, Kian.
Yeah, I do think we saw it last time around as well. I would firmly expect this one to have the big gun. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Now, currently, no one in the Cashback lineup moving. They're possibly hoping for a restart here. We'll have to wait and see about that one. Meanwhile, Storm moving in. Yeah, that is going to be a restart. But we do have to talk a bit about the lineups. Now, both teams triple 60 TP, which does indicate heavy city presence by both of them. And also the M454. I mean, why would you pick it? That's
why you're here, Kian. You're the game expert provided by the company to explain. So why don't you tell me what the M4 is for?
I mean, you do have okay mobility. You do have okay alpha.
It has to be some position, I think.
Yeah, probably some position.
Some specific position where it's like tall enough to peak. Not sure why else you would pick it over a 60. I mean, 60Ps do kind of struggle against it frontally. Like if it's just
they do have lowish pen. Then again, like the M454 also has kind of lowish pen, and like the weak spots frontally of the 60TB aren't that like large.
The gun is fine for that, and it's AP end.
Yeah. I think like 290 pens, something like that. But obviously the AP does get higher normalization, so it's nominally a bit higher than it would be with, for example, APCR, if that makes sense. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see about that one. I just need to make sure that I'm in the special battle again for the next round. But yeah, Cashback really struggling. I think Storm, you know, taking their team name and just bringing that one towards the enemy.
I'm surprised. I really thought Cashback would know how to handle this. Especially when you pick these light-ish setups, there has been a lot of probably training and thought going into it, because you don't pick some... Like Storm's lineups are easier to execute because, you know, like on Sutsuyanki, they had 460Ps, 250s, and an HM. You can kind of push everywhere. But the lineup against them is one that needs a lot of thinking to work.
Yeah, well, once again, we can take a look at the pick and bans here. Now, Hallouf being split 1-1, Studzianki going 2-0 the way of Storm against a team of Cashback that did pick Studzianki. So their own pick, I mean, it's kind of a reoccurring theme at this point in time. Their own pick working against them. And now we find ourselves in, or on, rather, Siegfried line. We did see the similarity in the lineups with both of them going Rheinmetall. We did also see the differences in the lineups. Now, obviously, we'll have to wait and see what exactly that M454 was meant for. But yeah, Cashback exposing us to unexpected weakness. Or maybe it's just the team of Storm that actually just comes super prepared here, and Cashback not able to handle the aggression.
Siegfried is a bit harder to get pushed on, though, so maybe they can handle the aggression here. But yeah, so far, I think Storm performing amazingly, and Cashback not quite that fantastic. Especially the first run of Sujanki showed a major overreaction. It's kind of scary.
I think also, if we're going back to Hallouf, Storm showed a very good reaction after the round number 1, where they just got overpushed and looked kind of out of place. In round number 2, they just did the Uno reverse, flipped the no U card, and just did exactly what Cashback had done to them back into their face, singling out the right tanks as well, just bringing more towards the corner, being like, all right, you're gonna contest corner? Well, we just have more numbers here. We're just going to tear you apart. That all being said and done, though, Cashback with the severe possibility of dropping down towards the lower bracket, they would be fighting against a team of Scarlet Flower. Obviously, they were only third in play-ins. This is why they are down here in the lower bracket, waiting there already. But I think they themselves are no slouches either. So either team dropping down here is later today going to be facing quite the scary team as well. So I think Storm quite happy right now.
I mean, they should be, you know. Winning this first match is so important because it puts you so far in the tournament overall. Way less pressure. And if you then win tomorrow, it's, you know, grand finals, easy peasy.
Yeah, indeed. Winning this one immediately puts you into the upper bracket final, which means at least third spot already secured. That's how short the way can be at times. We are not there yet, however. Cashback, after losing 3 consecutive rounds, probably mentally a bit, yeah, out of it. We'll have to hope that for them, the reset gave them some time to mentally reset as well. But I think quite shortly we're going to be heading into what might be the last round of this upper bracket semi here, because Storm have been putting on a show, and now it's up to Cashback to show us as well that they're in it to win it.
In it to win it. This is very true. I'm going to keep my eyes open for that M4 and see where he's going, just out of curiosity. Always nice to pick up something new, Kihan, if it's good.
Mm-hmm. If it's good indeed. That being said, against some of the other tanks, I think the, at least on the enemy lineup, I think the frontal armor of the M454 starts falling apart a bit. There is that part in like the turret mantlet that you can, for example, just penetrate if you have enough raw pen available. Namely, for example, with E50Ms, you could do that. We'll have to wait and see. Now, lineup-wise, Cashback fighting for upper bracket survival. Triple 60 TP, singular E50M, 1 430, 1 Fosh B, and the Rheinmetall.
Yeah, well, obviously they're not allowed to change lineups. Storm is again going to be rocking that M4. They're not doing anything spawn dependent though for either side. They're just predetermined picks.
Predetermined picks indeed. Also the mouse making its first appearance. Obviously a lot of HP. It has the group heal as well. But yeah, I'm going to be watching for where the M454 goes as well. Both of the light tank players immediately doing their jobs. All 14 tanks across the board do get spotted. And now we'll just have to wait for the tank distribution. Liberty immediately going towards the field with his Rheinmetall. Meanwhile, Lukin on the other side does play a bit of a more passive game. And immediately Storm going into the city here, looking for the engagement. But Jordan paying a heavy price already.
Yeah, Jordan wanted to push forward, but he doesn't get... He doesn't get that at all. And DJ there with that tall M4 tries to get a shot on the Hellmine. Now Jordan going forward again. Jacob going in as well. I think they're still going to go for this because Jordan is out in no man's land otherwise if they don't follow up this. Ooh, big miss there from Jacob though on the back of that 60p. You want to hit everything at this moment in time. The longer they stay alive, the worse. And Ice is like, thank you very much. I'm a Fosh B. As you can see, I'm going to make a clip at 1, 2, 3. Gets his shots out. He's very happy. Going to peek even a little bit more onto Jacob. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Probably has one more. Finishes off the kill. Thank you very much, he says. Backs off now. And for Cashback, they lose Hellmine, but they take so much back in return. Double 60 TP down already. Coyote is having a little bit of a snack on Milo and his 60 TP. This is, yeah, well, as they would say, done and dusted.
Yeah, 3 kills make that 4 for Cashback. So the team trying to stay in the upper bracket do show what they're made of here. The M454 with another kill here onto the 430U, but little is it going to do to remedy the situation here. Lukin still trying to run around the enemy tanks, does run into a house though, and that is going to spell his defeat. And the tank that was supposed to sponge up all the damage by Storm, it wasn't even the first into the fray. It's the last one into the garage though, as Cashback strike back. It's going to be 2 for them and 3 for Storm.
That was a great round for them. Both teams seem very aware of what the other... Well, on Sujanki, Storm seemed very aware of how Cashback wanted to play, but here, opening-wise from Cashback, they pulled a number on Storm to start with.
Yeah, I think Storm, once again, they wanted to just go with that in-your-face, all-out aggression, but it completely fell to pieces. Like, also a bit of indecision going on in the team of Storm, I think. Like, you could see Jordan, he was trying to move in on that first 60 TP, then pulled back, but then, you know, I guess the FC call was, well, we have to go over this one. Then once again, he drove in. He was the first one to go. You can see Jordan only with 1 shot of damage here. And yeah, the beautiful thing that Storm probably had planned for us here, and planned for Cashback just blowing up completely in their faces. And that Fosh was probably very, very happy to see a lot of meaty HP in front of him that he could just capitalize on.
But that's what you want to see, right? From the tanks from Cashback, you have those 2 DPM tanks just all the way on the top doing what they're supposed to do. The 430U and the E50M popping off against those 60Ps from Storm. Even the Fosh B, he couldn't really do much more in this game. You know, he came around the corner, he clipped out a 60 TP, and by the time he was reloaded, the game was over. I mean...
And this now means the momentum that I think after 4 rounds was very, very much in favor of a team of Storm, starting to shift a little bit. Obviously, any kind of misstep that Cashback will do here is going to immediately send them down towards the lower bracket. But, you know, the first round won, or rather the second total, but the first round after facing down 3 consecutive defeats, that's the first step into the right direction. Now they need to make the next one to make it towards tiebreaker. Talking about that M454 once again, I don't think we're going to see it again in that position. Like it.
Well, it was played there because it's so tall, I guess, and it works there, but I don't really think it added much. I think it's like a niche pick that in certain scenarios probably worked for them. So they're like, oh, let's do it again. But overall, it's not that great.
All right, lineup-wise, oh, we do see the double Rheinmetall now coming in for Storm here, then one for 30U, one Mouse, and once again, triple 60.
Cashback on the other hand, though, oof, okay, that was scary for a moment. The dice could have needs to still change, but the moment they readied up the double Jagdpanzer, now that was, yeah, that was interesting, but they switched away from it. So just 360Bs and Mouse for the EU, Jagdpanzer and an RHM. Now we'll see though, can Lucan and Milo beat Liberty 2v1? Cashback will have to react on this information, that's for sure. And it seems like he missed one of the RHMs.
Yeah, so Milo still a question mark for the team of Cashback here. Liberty only spotting 6 out of 7 tanks here. Liberty immediately committing on towards the field. He doesn't know about the threat of the double Rheinmetall here and immediately takes shot by Milo as well. So Liberty is going to have to play even more cautiously than he has before. Milo there takes a swing. The strike capture does get interrupted, but triple cap being put on by Cashback already, and big shot by that Jagdpanzer from Little on towards the Mouse of Husek.
Yeah, you see the reaction there to the double light being picked. It's immediate cap pressure from the side of Cashback, trying to force in the guns from Storm, who are now peeking and trying to consolidate their fire on one target. Not able to do that. Little's like, hello guys, it's me, Little, please shoot me. He's even gonna go for a little bit of the body block. And the issue with a tank like the Jagdpanzer is the same as with the E3. If you can't kill it, you don't shoot it. Jordan, on the other hand, he's dead already. Cashback coming in strong on this Siegfried line, seeing the double light and reacting to it instantly. Husek in that Mouse is not gonna have a good time either. Little's just popping off in that Jagdpanzer. Like I said, you don't shoot him unless you can kill him. And they just don't have the burst for that right now. And he's just driving around and having a good time.
Yeah, indeed. A little here with a tour through, through the city of Siegfried line, as Husek is going to go down towards Hellmind, who is side hugging the Mouse. No chances for the Mouse here either. And DJ, probably the next one to go down, takes another shot from the side. Now it's up to Squeezy to kill him, or to the Rheinmetall of Liberty, who has joined the fray in the city. And all of a sudden, that double RHM not looking so good anymore. Turns out when you just get straight pushed with 7 tanks, the double Rheinmetall doesn't really add much. Yes, they did have the field control, but that's not going to remedy the situation. The 430U taking another big hit by that Jagdpanzer E100 as Sir Jacob gets sent to the grave as well. Lucan and Milo surviving in those Rheinmetalls, but not for much longer. Cashback, they did look pretty beaten after map number 2, but now it's tiebreaker time.
Yeah, this was a good Siegfried for them. Really good Siegfried for them. Good reaction as well. Like really pressuring that cap hard. Pretty hard to reset, even though you have a strike potentially. The strike only resets one time.
Yep. Now I'm interested how many shots Little actually did do in the
4 and 5.
Perfect scenario for him, really. That is going to be
no, the perfect scenario is if they start shooting him.
Yeah, but not killing him.
Yeah.
Leave him on like one shot.
No, the perfect scenario is if you're playing like a random Onslaught on Stitz Yankee and you're playing your E3 or your Jagdpanzer and the mediums from the south start pinging away at you and a few of them bounce and you start popping off. And it's almost like a machine gun half the time.
Yep. And now we are going to take a quick look at the damage numbers as well. And we do see Little was able to pull a number here, and Jordan once again not with a good round on Siegfried line. That makes, I think, 1 shot of damage across 2 rounds, but sometimes it do be like that.
Sometimes you're just the one that gets focused. And yeah, the Jagdpanzer having a really, really, really good time.
666, the number of the devil here being pulled by Little, who has had probably a very, very fun last round. Now, however, it is tiebreaker time, and that one is going to happen on a Glacier. So one of the older maps in the pool here, or rather one of the maps that was played during OLC number 1. What's your thought about Glacier? Which side do you prefer?
I can't give away that information yet. I might have to play it later. I prefer both sides of Glacier. I love Glacier. It's one of my best maps, actually. I think they're pretty evenly balanced in different ways. It's dynamic. Northern base has a bit more access to the Glacier side. Not the actual Glacier road has more access to that and going around because it can actually punish medium staking better than the other side. While the bottom left base is a bit better for going around the left-hand side through the ships where the strike is, because when it pushes around the corner, it gets into a little bit of a safety where you can shoot the middle from. And not quite that good from the other side because it's more exposed. So both sides really have something to it that can be used and abused if they figured it out. But what we saw a lot in the play-ins was just really 7 times middle. Was BZs, especially Storm playing a BZ double 60 TP, the light, and then double E50 and sending 6 times middle and just really going for that push. But that is also a bit dangerous because another team like Cashback could fake going middle because the way that the light ability got reworked, the spotting duration now isn't long enough to get the ultimate info. Like, you don't actually know if they're still committing to the middle or they're bailing. And if you get surrounded with this mid play, you don't react well, you've always lost.
Now, going into this tiebreaker, who would you be favoring here? For me personally, I think Storm has kind of played. I don't want to say one-dimensional because that would imply that I mean something negative about it. No, I don't. Like, they have basically their match plan. They've continued it. They've executed it well. And but for me, in my mind, personally, the bigger question right now is how does Cashback once again respond to the pressure coming out by Storm?
Because, I think they started to. Sorry to interrupt, but I think they started to adjust already by playing more heavy. I don't know if it was intended or not, but on Siegfried line they were already bringing heavier compositions themselves. If you compare it to Stutz and even El Hallouf, and on Siegfried line it was a lot more 60Ps, DPM tanks, potentially an adjustment to play against this pretty aggressive Storm team.
All right, so now it remains the question as to if they're once again going to be able to stop the onslaught coming out from Storm, or whether they're going to falter under the pressure. I believe the sides have now been made clear for the tiebreaker here, so we should be starting within like the next 2 or 3 minutes into what is going to be the last round of the first upper bracket semifinals. So it does go all the distance here in match number 1. Now, having seen 6 rounds for you, which one is the better team so far?
I think they're pretty even. I wouldn't say one or the other has convinced me that they deserve the win. Hallouf was very even. Suzyanki was a blowout from Storm for just better gameplay. And then Siegfried Line was in return a blowout from Cashback with just way better game plans. So well, I don't know. I don't really favor anybody. Overall, I would have favored Cashback from the beginning. So I'm going to stick with them just because I started with favoring them. So why would I not continue with it?
I have to say the same thing, namely because if Cashback wins this next round, that means my prediction would be the only correct one, actually. But yeah, as we haven't seen Glacial yet today, of course, it's the first map and the match and the first round on it. Are there any like outlying picks that you would expect? So maybe, for example, TVP to counter RHMs going middle or something like that?
No. You may see a TD. Gorilla could appear at some point, but I doubt it. It's going to be
STRV.
Too bad of an endgame tank. Doesn't really... Like an E50M sitting in the base from either side behind the trees kinda does the same thing. Of course, not as good, but if they're over peaking, they're usually pushing. It doesn't matter that much anymore. Plus with the lights should be good enough to always plane the TD, which makes it a lot less functional. Because if it's not unspotted, it doesn't get its ability. And if it doesn't get its ability, not that special. And you don't want to be stuck with a Gorilla. Or an STRV in like a 3v3, because then you have this immobile tank that can't really do anything. That's the biggest issue. Like, sure, Gorilla can farm even in like regular Onslaught, but if the game slows down, you just have a tank that can't really repush anything.
All right, so we'll have to wait and see. Currently, also, personally, I'm a bit surprised by the frequency of the Foch B pick. We all know it's a pretty good tank in Onslaught, but it quite surprises me to see it picked so often. We'll have to wait and see how many are going to be picked in the coming round. But yeah, other than that, I think surprising picks for me were also Blyskavice, Leo 1. Like, yeah, the Leo has a strike as well, but for me personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the Leo in 7v7 just because it cannot really contribute to an infight. Like, obviously it contributes as DPM, but other than that, I feel like it's kind of not doing a whole lot.
No.
But maybe that's just me.
I don't think so. We'll see what's going to happen when the lineups get picked. We should be able to tell if it's going to be a rotational kind of game or more of a straightforward middle kind of game. I think Storm will probably stick to what they know, play full middle. I just don't know if Cashback's going to be willing to play against it. I think they were the team that played last tournament like Mouse and 60Ps and then send the 60Ps up.
Ooh. All right, Cashback showing us some interesting stuff here. Well, double 6 CTP and E50M as well as Leo and Fush B pretty conservative. However, the EBR 105 making its first appearance here together with the Rheinmetall. That is making me curious.
Well, EBR is picked to go on the hill. Storm not really changing, right? The 60Ps, the BZ, the E50s and the RHM, they're playing middle. I just don't know if the EBR can do enough damage in this game.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, the EBR, I mean, the ability probably can be a bit discounted here in this match, I think, but we'll have to wait. Aka now in that EBR going towards the middle, as you said, will probably try to take the hill. We'll hope that none of these guns on the move here of the BZs do connect. No, he does get lucky. He makes it through without taking any kind of damage whatsoever, is going to get the information tower as well. And now Storm committed into the middle with quadruple heavy tank.
Can they stop the side of Storm taking the hill if they want to take it back?
I don't think they have the damage to do so. Like, if the Storm tanks simply decide to drive up, I don't think there's really a whole lot that can stop them. And indeed, Sir Jacob now starting to boost up in his BZ, takes one shot from the back here, does not get set on fire, another shot whizzing past him. So he's going to make it onto the hill with 2.5k. That EBR is not going to be able to stand a chance against a super heavy tank here, and that means that the EBR is going to drop down. He did touch the arty strike quickly, but now the EBR driving around. He's gonna get flanked by double E50M, so that EBR here in a pickle does take another swing by Sir Jacob down to 700.
Yeah, Aka there not doing a good job, and that EBR takes one more even, and that's basically -1 for the side of Cashback. Ice now putting some pressure, trying to stop this flank from coming into effect, but I fear Storm might press W at some point. Cashback is surrounding, but is it quick enough?
Is it quick enough is the question. That double E50M is a constant, a looming threat. Yes, they would be in the open against the Foch B, but after he clipped out, then, you know, he only has his heal ability. Cap very far progressed at 73% right now, and we'll have to wait and see what happens here now. The Foch B starting to clip out, pops his ability, but the E50Ms with their ability as well, putting or pouring in the DPM rather, the Foch now in the healing mode, but that means he is clipped out. He cannot really retaliate anymore, and he can only heal so much.
He did waste a lot of time though, and he did do his full clip. Jordan falls to Squeezy. The mid is getting repressure because the 50M is farming. In the meantime, now Squeezy and Little trying to do what they can. Richard here in trouble at his 60p. Gay takes another big shot at C50M coming in. Squeezy with the finish. DJ now unsure of what to do. Jacob coming into the middle, but this is actually amazing for Cashback because in the meantime, the Leo and the E50M are just constantly farming away, and the EBR even as well, because he actually survived that trait. And this is actually going wonderful again from Cashback because Storm didn't know what to do in the middle of the map at the 60Ps. They were getting stuck, they were getting surrounded, and they couldn't go left, they couldn't go right.
Indeed, now the Rheinmetall's in a one-on-one here, but there is the problem that Aka is down towards a one-shot here as Squeezy, the next one to bite the dust, and now Aka here with that EBR. It was a curious pick, but it's not going to save the day for Cashback, as Storm still have 4 tanks available. The most important one being Lukin in that Rheinmetall, who is still a playmaker, but is now starting to get pushed by Coyote.
Yeah, but the issue here is that he's alive for Cashback. That's the biggest issue. The Leo, though, with a smart play, Twilight re-pushing DJ while he can, because he does also realize that they're going to lose the game, actually, again. If they sit like this again, they're going to lose the game, because the Light is going to slowly kill them. Twilight now in a little bit of trouble, though. He needs to get past the 60p. DJ with the body block. Milo and Lucky, they're coming. 1-2 combination, and that is good from DJ. Good stuff there from that 60p. Really bringing it home for his team. Blocking at the best of his ability. And they lose the Leo for that. And yeah, the fact that Liberty died and Lucan didn't was huge for the side of Storm.
Yeah, also Aka, he did get out alive with that EBR, but I feel that the value that he was providing in this game wasn't nearly enough to make up for the fact that essentially Cashback is starting with half a fighting gun less. The EBR, yes, it has like 390 alpha, that's the same of the E50M, but you basically cannot really pick a gun rummer. He puts one more shot into Lucky, but the double cap is forcing Coyote to come close here. And I mean, HP is still very, very close. And maybe Aka can land a magical shot or two, maybe to finish off Lucky or something, but we'll have to wait and see. This attempt at a decap by Coyote not working out, and they still have the wild card of Lukin lurking, and they don't know where.
Lucky now gonna get spotted by Coyote. Coyote should find the skill even. No, actually, Lucky with a good move. Escaping, DJ with the peek. Coyote not with the pen. DJ is going to give him a big one for this. Aka now finds that singular E50M though, but Coyote in the meantime getting repushed by Milo, by Lukin and Storm. They have this, man. They have this in the back normally, unless something magical happens here. Lukin bouncing though. Milo bouncing as well, and DJ bounced as well. The triple. It's a 1v1 after this because Coyote is going to kill Lukin, and he might even give one more to Milo. No, Milo goes for the ram. Unbelievable. They all bounced. Jesus, that's awful. So awful.
What just happened? I mean, as the dust settles here, we are left in a 1v1. And
what are the tiebreaker rules?
Tiebreaker, so I think first kill, then most
damage.
Was it most damage? Most damage, yeah.
I know who did more damage in this game.
Yeah, it was the team with 2 LTs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if it comes down to damage, Cashback is winning this.
Mm-hmm.
Go read up the... Kian, you made the rules.
Yes. I am reconfirming right now. But we'll have to wait. Like, I think Aka still has the better cards, despite like winning on the damage rule right now.
If he's winning on the tiebreaker rules, he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I think for Aka, the problem is, yeah, that basically the E50M, he's still a 2-shot, man. And Milo, I mean, he can't really do a whole lot. He's a 2-shot, but if he moves out, then the EBR just capitalizes.
Both teams currently busy. Tiebreaker rules, World of Tanks, Onslaught Legends Cup. All right, I'm reading. Yes. Okay, Milo, you gotta go, buddy. You gotta go.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, he has to do something, but what can he realistically do is the problem, because the EBR just outspots him from everywhere, does one shot on the approach, then fades back away again. He basically has to hit a flick upon the EBR shooting at him.
I don't know if it's possible. I'd like to see Aka's equipment again.
I think we should be able to show Aka's equipment shortly. But yeah,
because
Milo here...
Because if it's a radio keyhand that he has, then you're right. You have to hit a magical flick. The only potential here, Milo, I don't know anybody that is going to be able to do this. Aka probably is going to stay in a wide open area. I don't know anybody that is in capabilities of actually doing this. And that is, what do you call it? hit the EBR with a strike after using the spotting thing. And the issue is that you can't be in strike mode when you do it, so you're going to how to call it? You're gonna have press whatever button you have for the info, and then you have to press the button for the strike, and then you have to put it on a full speed EBR.
I just read the rules back, by the way. So in case of draw within the round, the team with more tanks alive is declared winner. Obviously, well, both have the same. Then next one is more damage dealt within the round. Otherwise, fastest kill. So basically more damage dealt. And right now,
cashback.
Yeah, then it should be Cashback winning the round here. I mean, 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. That also eliminates the possibility of Milo just forcing the EBR to come by cap. So Milo just needs to hope to get lucky and just catch Aka at some point in time in the open with the info ability, and then, I mean, strike him. Yeah.
I like what Milo's doing, though. I actually really like what Milo's doing. He's gonna... Oh, he just used the info. Aka spotted. Here comes the strike, though. Milo, he used the strike. I think he just flat out missed. Yeah, he's not hitting that, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know anybody that would hit that. I don't know anybody. This is the worst tank to try and strike. The worst.
I mean, Milo, he's now trying to go in, but Aka, he obviously knows that Milo has no time anymore to go back towards the info point. So this means that the EBR out of all tanks is going to be the one to win out in the 1v1 here, to put, most likely, with like 99% probability, to put Cashback in towards the upper bracket final.
A bit anticlimactic, but this is what it is. I mean, listen, it's anticlimactic. I understand that we have to go down to the tiebreaker rules, but if Lukin, Milo, and DJ don't all collectively decide, wow, this is the moment I would like to bounce the E50 ammo of Coyote and throw the game, we wouldn't be at this point.
Yeah, there were quite some occurrences in this game, I think is what we can call them. Shenanigans going on with bouncing. But yeah, first of all, let's take a look at the damage numbers dealt, so we can take a look ourselves as to who is most likely going to be the team that is advancing. And we do see a lot of damage across the board, and yeah, just I think it's clear to say Cashback did deal more damage.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's pointless to, you know, you just compare the heavies against heavies and you already know who did more damage when there's only one shot apart, you know. There was 4 heavies for the side of Storm. There was only 2 for the side of Cashback. Everything else is less HP.
Yeah. So congratulations to Cashback, also for a small remontada. I mean, they did go up 1-0, but then 3 consecutive rounds coming out from Storm, forcing them to basically play against, well, match point for the entire remainder of the match. But, you know, coming back on Secret Line, then playing out beautifully on Glacial. And this now means that we know the first participant of the upper bracket finals for tomorrow. This also means that Storm is going to get relegated down. They're going to be playing against Scarlet Flower later. But yeah, what a interesting end to the match indeed.
Interesting is a interesting word, Gihan. It's a curious choice of words that you picked there. I don't know.
I mean, dude, for Storm, not optimal.
If you're Storms, you're so angry right now. You're just like, really, you're molding. Like, you're fuming, bro.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, still props to Cashback for making it happen. Props to Cashback also for making my prediction come true. So I'm 100% correct on those predictions right now. I think that happens very, very rarely in tournaments. And now for the next match, that's also going to be a banger. It is Mafia against Hit and Run. Before we go to that, though, thanks already for casting the first match together with me. We're going to be back with Moff and Ducky for the next one. That being said, though, let's take a look at some replays before we're back.
welcome back to the Onslaught Legends Cup number 2. Moff, first up, welcome. What did you think of the first match?
I thought it was great. I didn't think it was going to be anywhere near as close as it was. Storm really brought it to Cashback, and in the end, they were actually unlucky. Well, you could say it was a skill issue, the bounces right at the end, but I think they were a little bit unlucky not to come away with it. You said in commentary that EBR is the hardest tank to hit with the strike. It's almost impossible. So
I'd say it's
Milo,
impossible on open ground.
Yeah, unless the EBR has skill issue as well.
I mean, it's a probability-wise, it's like 99% that the EBR wins. If he bangs hard left, bangs hard right, or just keeps driving straight, I mean, the strike radius is big, but not close enough for that.
Yeah, but you know, it was first time we saw EBR in qualifiers for the first Onslaught tournament, but it didn't work out well for the team that used it on that occasion. On Glacial, you have these like it's a very fast drop at the start to dodge the plane, and that's what the EBR was used for in that game. Next match coming up though is also a banger, maybe even more so than the previous one. It's Mafia, the defending champions, against Hit and Run, who are kind of like the top dogs of normal 7v7.
Yeah, normal 7v7 indeed. But in Onslaught, not that great. This Mafia team is a bit different than the one from last tournament as well, though. Moff, it went under some adjustments. Same with this Hit and Run team.
Yeah, the Hit and Run team also doing the sort of Polish roster shuffle as they do. Mafia, some people might notice that their captain of last time, Frugo, is not there for them, but he went off to an international team to try to build a project there, but that did not go well for him. He didn't make it through qualifiers. But this Mafia team in qualification, they actually cruised through quite nicely.
Yeah, map pick and Bandstorm off, Cliff being removed by Mafia, Hit and Run removing El Hallouf gives us Glacial as the first map.
Yeah, Glacial being picked. I'm not surprised that Mafia banned Cliff, because we know that Hit and Run, I mean, they're both like Polish powerhouse teams, but I think Hit and Run probably feel a bit more comfortable on that kind of brawly map. But then again, Hit and Run also banned out El Hallouf, which is also a brawly map. So it's going to be Glacial and I didn't see what the last map was. I think it was Siegfried Line.
Want me to cheat for you real quick?
Uh-huh.
We go Glacial, Ensk, and then we go Airfield as
Airfield.
Third map.
Airfield's kind of a 1-1 map, I would say. It's a bit more of a stalemate.
Depends on how teams play it, but I tend to agree with you on that one. Glacial, however, I think that's a map that either team could go 2-0 on, depending on how they play.
It's a very tactical map for sure. I think people that have played Onslaught will know that the meta has kind of gone like in swings and roundabouts, right? Like everyone used to go towards mid in the beginning and try and get people up towards the hill, and then people sort of developed into trying to play the south of the map and play more for control. And now we've kind of gone back to playing middle predominantly again, so it's interesting to see what the teams are going to come up with.
Well, we saw already what Storm did, which was this heavy middle, which is also what they didn't play in. And between these lineups, Hit and Run, triple 60, triple E50, RHM, looks kind of brawly too. But Mafia in return, triple 60, the CS, the E50, the Fush B, and the RHM. They also have potential to brawl. But let's see. The lights coming out in the beginning, both teams spotting 7. So good stuff. I think this is the hardest map to play in MOF in general.
Yeah, I tried to allude to it beforehand. That's why the EBR can be picked. But it's not being picked in this case. Fosh B going towards the north for Mafia. He's going on a bit of a solo mission, but the E50Ms from Hit and Run, they've cut back towards the middle after the initial planes. They're going to try and cache these 60Ps in middle.
They're going to try and catch them. The 50's not coming back. That is the possibility with the reduced duration from the plane compared to last season, that you can flank them.
With the lack of proxy, the proxy spot difference is only 25 meters in Onslaught, so these E50s are able to sneak on right behind, and they're immediately going to be start pumping the shells into the back of these 60 TPs. Orshik is the first one focused out. He's going to go down shortly as well. The 60 TPs in return, Comrade and Profuse pushing over towards middle to try and get out of the crossfire, but they don't really have anyone to support them at the moment.
They don't have anybody to support them, but also pushing over the middle just enables Hit and Run to turn around. Panzer Fury even surviving for a little bit more in the E50. Profuse, they're getting pushed off a cliff almost. But yeah, pushing over, it just puts you back into the guns of Hit and Run. Even the E50M at H4 is now able to bring shots into the battle. And YOLO, in the meantime, getting blasted as well by Mentos and Mafia so far. Are keeping on because now Kubash comes in with the Forge B. Profuse is still alive somehow. Ketsai needs to finish that. That Forge B coming in with its clip was huge there for the side of Mafia. They still have something to play from because for Hit and Run this went horribly wrong for no reason. Mineros and Conrad in the 1v1. The most important part is that YOLO needs to survive for this Mafia team to have a possibility in this matchup. But for how this game started, they're still in a possibility to win this, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it looked like it was just going to be a complete steamroll by Hit and Run, but Mafia have somehow managed to bring it back. Kubash came in with the Foch B. He managed to get off a full clip and keep all his health. He didn't even need to use his ability. They've got control. Mafia have control of the air hangar as well, which means they have the B2 strike if they want it. Kubash looks like he's going to go back over towards there. YOLO almost got caught in the south, but crucially, he stayed alive, which is very important to their being able to try and win the game. Ketsai is taking a shot from the CS on the top of the air hangar as well, and you can see he's just able to pin those guys in middle down, and they are unable to move.
Kubash is coming to take the strike here. How did this go so bad for Hit and Run? Like, T-Sec, Rexar, and Fury dying. Fury was trying to drive on the hill. I understand that part, but I feel like they should have deleted those 60 DPs for what they were doing, and now Barkus having a little bit of a field day, but Mineros driving on the hill might get one more. No, just missing the back of that. Mentos coming as well now. They want to clean out the hill against Kono, and Kono, if he stays, he's very dead.
He doesn't look like he wants to leave, though. He looks like he wants to try and get up into some sort of... he's deciding to leave now, though. It's a bit late. He might still just make it. So Mentos and Mineros will take control of the air hangar, but they will not catch the prize of Kono. Kubash is doing a very sneaky move, though. Look, he's going through the trench in middle. Is he going to get spotted by... He does get spotted by the E50, so I'm not sure what he's going to be achieved by doing this.
He's not going to achieve really anything. He might even have to pop his ability here to dodge Monster's extra shot. Yeah, I don't think he used it, so that HP is just not coming back to him anymore. I'm not sure what this flank was going to achieve. Bit over eager. Barkus in return, though, taking outside control. They could maybe put Monster in a little bit of a bad scenario here, but I think he realizes as well that he could get flanked, is adjusting, which is good game sense there from Monster.
Yeah, there's plenty of positions in that spawn that he can hold the flank from. Mineros has now taken the cap, and Kubash, he can't really go like back into that fight. He can't even clip Mineros because he only has 20, I believe it's 2400 from a Foch B's total clip. He's not even facing the right way, and he gets his fuel tank damaged.
Did he heal that on time? Did he press the button on time is the big question here, because he's pushing forward now on towards Mineros. I think he might have just pressed his heal at the perfect moment in time for the side of Kubash. He's healing most of his back, but Mineros is going to go for the speak again because he can just trade it out against this. Kono trying to cover as well. Can they do enough damage to Mineros to make this worthwhile? Barkus now trying to chime in as well. Not able to do that. But Mineros is not trailing that well, Moff. Overall, I mean...
Well, he's in a bit of a tough spot because Bark, as you can see in the left-hand corner, is just able to pepper shots away at him, and Mineros is sort of split attention between looking at Kubash and trying to bounce shots from Barkis in the meantime. Hit and Run are taking another strike, though. That's obviously going to be useful for them. They also get the info as well, so that is something that's in their favor. And the HP has evened out. Hit and Run were about 2k up, but that's equalizing slightly.
Equalizing indeed, and now Kubash gets striked. He's going to want to heal that little bit back. Of course, with the... Oof, nice shot there on towards Mentos. With the ability, you do have a base heal, right, that gives him some HP back. will push him past the boundary of being a one-shot for the 60p unless he gets rolled, so was good usage there. But I think Barkis is a little bit of the problem right now for the side of Mafia. Very far committed forward. Monster wants to go for the 1v1.
Yep, they're going to try and deal with that problem head on. Monster going into the 1v1. They both press the funny button. I think Monster started it a little bit earlier, but has less HP. Mentos is going to have to go in to try and help Monster out by giving him at least a shot, but YOLO is there. He's trying to cover it off as well. YOLO's going to get Mentos a free shot, probably puts the plane on him as well. He doesn't actually shoot him. Barkis is going to go down, however.
Barkis shooting was really bad.
YOLO cannot support him. How many shots did he bounce?
At least 2.
That's not great from Barkis. Monster is able... He should have been a one-shot with Monster, really, in this situation, but he is able to stay alive with 1k HP. And Hit and Run very much in command at this moment in time. Poor Kubaj is just rotating all the way over the map, just going backwards, forwards, back to the cap, back to the north, because he can't really do anything in this situation. He doesn't have the HP to make an overpush, and if he does make an overpush, there are several tanks who are going to give shots to him. YOLO equally cannot really do anything with the HP he lost so early on in the round. Kubaj is going to try and take the strike or try and go round to force the issue and catch someone off guard, but this is really Hit and Run's game to lose now.
Yeah, but the biggest issue for Kubaj is that there's this RHM on the hill which is going to take the info, and that's going to be double E50M staring his way when he gets spotted out, which is right now. So Kubaj can't even go for this anymore. Mineros lets the shot go, doesn't connect. They need YOLO to even take the south as well. This is indeed Hit and Run has this game normally in the bag. I don't know if Kono can do something against this together with YOLO. YOLO still have a plane? No, he doesn't, which is also less than ideal in this scenario.
And he's only going to get a plane by shooting, which is difficult as well, because as soon as he starts shooting at them, they're just going to YOLO him. Hence his name. Kubaj now trying to make a flanking maneuver, but he's just going to get farmed by Monster. Mineros misses a shot though, so Kubaj is going to be able to try and reset, but it's not a great angle. But he does hit it anyway. Mineros now down to 700 HP, but it's not going to matter because Monster is just going to immediately repush in, kill him. Kono's going to overpeak middle and try and pick up
Mentos. This HE on Mentos. That would have been huge though, for a second at least, but
it could have changed the game because obviously Monster has all the HP for his team. I think what was that? Was that a bug or did Ketsai just lose?
Just no, it's just the HP wasn't shown 100% accurately. Even if Kono kills Mentos though, I don't know if it changes. They lost their HM as well in the meantime, but I still think that Hit and Run should have been able to pick up this game in a lot easier fashion.
Yes, but equally, with Mafia doing such a good job at like recovering the situation initially, YOLO's sort of adventure in the south and losing that initial HP probably cost him the game, because if he was full HP, he could have had so much more impact in this round.
The weird part in the light fight is that Mentos was 1.8k HP and YOLO was 400. Not sure how that usually happens to be. Maybe got caught in the open, but still Hit and Run. They should have been able to win this round a lot easier, especially when Mafia pushed back into them. They did a good job coming back into it though, but Strat versus Strat was always Hit and Run.
Yeah, I mean the initial strat with the double E50, they initially go towards the north, right? And that's to bait with the plane because they get spotted in the beginning and then they immediately cut back. It looked like it was just going to win the round easily, but I think Mafia showed their experience in Onslaught and they had good adjustments for the initial plan. Yeah,
and the first B was pretty impactful in the beginning, struggled a bit afterwards though. Orchek got caught immediately.
I mean, most of his damage was that initial clip, right? Like he did 3.5k and probably most of it was in the first minute.
It should be on the first minute when he overpeaked the middle, which I think is Hit and Run not really adjusting to the fact that the Fudge could come behind them, but in return the Monster had a really big game with that E50M.
Yeah, he was all over the map, pushing through middle at the start, then rotating back, and sniping, and then re-pushing at the end. So he really came up clutch for his team in that one. And in 7v7 compared to 15v15, we can say that the individual's performance matters a lot more because you are 1/7 of your team, right? So if you can go big like that, it's really going to matter.
Shout out to my teammates in Onslaught.
No pressure on them.
Just a little bit. But shows that Hit and Run are very well prepared. Last time around when they played, both them and Opor, I think, were direct invites. And...
Yes, because of the WCI China tournament where they were finalists. I think last time Hit and Run, because Onslaught, it was like this the first time they've done it. It was kind of this one-time thing initially, and I think.
Yeah, well, you hope so, because, you know, this is going to lead to, well, not this one in particular, but there is the LAN, of course, Moff. YOLO is Villa. Yeah, they rank 1 and 2. Yeah, but still, there's always the possibility to get shot before the Sixth Sense comes up, though. Which is something to remember. Kono taking the hill now on second timing. Well, not even second timing, third timing. Good move. Well calculated from Mafia. They will get him up, and that is an issue, Moff. That is a big issue.
Shots coming in, but Profuse is going to go down for this one.
Profuse is definitely going to go down for this one. Can he get one more shot? No, not even that. So damage dealt-wise, not too good of a trade. Orchak taking the strike around the hill. Kono farm in the middle in the return, at the very least. The only good thing for Mafia I see is that those tanks are a bit stuck in that area, of course, Mov. They have to drive out of it again and readjust the positions. So potentially Mafia could do a little bit of damage for that, but they also have to realize that those tanks can always rotate at some point and push Barkis in this position. But now they're starting to leave. T-Sec taking a shot there. Conrad's going to be fighting him in the middle. Could still go either way. I mean, Mafia still has every possibility. The good thing for them is that they do have Kono on the hill. The bad thing is that I think a TVP in this kind of game is not a good tank.
Yeah, the TVP is mainly built for that initial mid-brawl and trying to shoot people going up the hill at the start. So Orchak has got a bit of a challenge now to try and find impact in this game. But equally, Hit and Run, they do have a Grilla. He's gonna have to struggle to find impact as well. What I'm not really sure about is what Profuse's position was actually meant to do. I don't know what the idea was there.
The only issue you have here, if you're Mafia, I'm off. And it's a bit early to talk about this, but I do think that it's nice
Good blind shot there.
I think that was
That's
Mentos.
from the other side of the map, out of render.
Yeah, Mentos there. Very true. Okay, so the big issue I see for Mafia is it's early, but they're one guy down.
Yeah, well, you know, having one guy less is generally not.
No, it's for tiebreaker.
Oh, right.
It's a
So
bit, it's a bit
if
early.
this game goes like the distance, because we're already Onslaught games are kind of like this, right? They're usually either like 2 minutes long or they go almost full time.
And then this one is looking like it's going to go full time, because if you look at the positions right now, off hit and run, what can you really push? I mean, you could try and get T-Sec, but that's going to be costly.
They are looking at doing that though, but Mineros is relocating back. He's hustling to try and get into position because they have found a timing here and the Gorilla is not able to cover. But T-Sec, it's going to take a while to kill a 60 TP with so much HP available. It's not really looking like it's going to be the best trade. Another missed shot coming out. Comrade taking more damage as well, going down to a one-shot. This trade was not worthwhile at all.
No, they're just losing HP for this, and now Kubash, sorry, will have to play against the T-Sec. The mouse is actually, oh, sorry, and we missed that. The mouse is driving on the hill, by the way. Ketsa is driving at Kono, but Barkis, on your left, buddy. There's a monster
He could
there.
ram him off. He could ram him off the edge if he's aware, but he's not. Kono now is trying to side hug the mouse, and Ketsa is going to have a real hard challenge here because, I mean, TVP doesn't have the greatest pen, right? But with Kono hugging his side, it's kind of hard for him to do anything about this situation, and that is a lot of HP that's just going to go down for free. Olszek is going down to quite low HP in the meantime, though, but the trade's going off all the way across the map. Ketsai, I'm not sure if that was really, like, worth it
It
at
looked
all.
cool, but...
It looked cool, but did it actually achieve anything?
No, the TVP coming back
really.
up ruined it. He was going to always win the 1v1 against the CS, but then the TVP came and kind of shut that down. And now we're back into, well, I'm going to be honest, hit and run.
It's just a reset.
Hit and
It's a
run is
complete-
still chilling. But no, it's not quite a reset if you think about it, because the mouse was always blocking the cap.
True. And now T-Sec cannot go and reset the cap because Kono, you can see, is just waiting for him to drive in the open. And T-Sec doesn't have that HP that he had earlier. So double cap has been started now, and there's no strikes available for the hit and run team. Monster and Bark is trading out in the south, but Bark is normally should be fine there. He's only going to be in trouble if he gets shot by the RHM, who is, look at where the RHM's going. Look at where Mentos is going. He's
Great.
going straight through the middle. It's a bold play. He gets spotted out now, though. RHM of YOLO, and he picks him up as well. This is a huge play from Mentos at the moment. This is a round-winning play. If he can stay alive, but he's planed, and he doesn't take that into account. He drives straight through the open. He manages to get a reset, but he's down to a one-shot, and he's still lit. But now Kubash and
Marcus
Comrade
is
are going to
coming.
push onto T-Sec, and he's going to go down shortly as well.
Conrad trying to survive, but it's going to be Steve. Mentos actually dodges Barkis, who was coming in the 50M to clear him. He doesn't find him. Kubash now trading off against T-Sec 809. It is a potential role for that 60p if the CS would be able to get a strike as well. If I don't know if Kono has one, I don't think so right now. Then T-Sec would be falling here. HE will pick him up as well. But in return, though, Bark is in a lot of trouble in that E50M, getting pressured by two guns from Hit and Run, Rexar and Monster. But they're not very healthy, though. Barkis is now going to pull back, activate his funny button, get that ability. Mentos will get a shot as well from behind, though. Barkis missing another one. Rolling down, Mentos still alive on that mere one-shot. Good shot there from Rexar. Drops Barkis towards the one-shot. He's really not had a good time in that E50M, to be honest. Rexar gets the better of him. And yet again, Barkis, I don't know. I think he should be able to do more.
He probably should have run back to even like J2, but obviously he doesn't have the epic foresight that we have, being able to see all the tanks on the map. Strike going on to Comrade, but it's only the tier 1 strike from the CS, so they should have waited to upgrade that one a little bit to make him like a total one-shot for the strike. T-Sec does get picked up by Kubash, but Kubash takes a bit more damage for that in the meantime. We're minimizing the game. Kubash, you know, hit and run, they've still got all these positions. These 60 TPs are just stuck in middle, and although Mentos is a one-shot, Rexar is low HP, Monster is
2 minutes.
relatively low HP, it doesn't really matter. 2
minutes and they have an extra kill.
Are you saying they're gonna just draw it out? You don't think they'll...
Why would they?
I mean, at some point, Pansuri should just drive into middle. Same with Mineros, actually.
Why would they?
To win the game,
But
maybe.
they're winning the game anyways.
It's just default. They just win if they just draw it out.
They
So
have
they
more
just-
kills, so they win if they draw it out right now.
So they're just going to chill in the back.
The
Kono.
only thing they can do right now for the side of Mafia, IMO, is strike Rexar, make him a one-shot. Kono goes to kill him and equalize the game. But then you run into the second issue, Moff, and the second issue is that they don't have more damage than hit and run. So even if they get a kill, they still gotta do more damage. It's kind of an unholy situation right now for them. But Kono will find Rexar, probably. Monster might even return to kill off Kono in return. So now we have that, but they don't have more damage. They're not winning this game.
And Kono's sacrificed pretty much all his HP just to kill a 600 HP tank. Kubaj is now making a sort of thinking about making a desperate charge across the open, but he knows that he can't actually do anything. So it's just going to be a very sort of sad whimper of a game for Mafia as they're just helpless, unable to actually do anything.
And Monster's even coming in for Kono. I mean, they could indeed have driven at them and killed them, but we always secure the win first. At this point, it is very over though. So Hit and Run is going to be picking up round number 2 on Glacier as well, making it 2-0 here against Mafia, which was a team that was really performing in general, and the play-in as well. They did really well, but so far they seem to have hit a bit of a wall against Hit and Run that they can't get past just yet. Losing Glacier 2-0.
You know what though? Yeah, it was 2-0. That felt like about 3 battles in one game there. Like it felt like a world away since we had like Ketsai going up the hill and the mouse. Mentos's play though, you mentioned he really won the game, even though he got planed and then he went down to one shot. It didn't matter because they killed the RHM, they got the reset on the cap, and that was all that mattered. It didn't matter that he went down to one shot.
I think if Ketsai doesn't drive on the hill, they can hold for 6 minutes. Because he's blocking the cap.
Probably, yeah.
He's blocked. They have every position. They have the Glacier Road, where you can't really repush anymore. They have the mouse blocking the cap. They have the Gorilla that can rotate either side. I don't think you are able to get back in it after that point.
Maybe he was just bored. Like he's jacked up. He's like, we're in the Onslaught Cup. It was a good play, but he was completely by himself, right? Like no one was really able to support him at all. Yeah, you've got Mineros just chilling in the back in the Gorilla, like, just I can't help you, bro.
If he was actually able to, no, I mean the CS is so annoying because you can't shoot back at it. It looked cool, but I think it was a bit more much of an optimistic play. Ketsai gotta be careful though. You know, he's new into the team. Before you know it, he's kicked and it's got to reform Opor.
No one is safe in the Polish roster shuffle.
Truly not. I'm gonna be real. Friendships in this kind of stuff is pointless, and maybe that's just the tryhard in me speaking. But with what's on the line now, with what's coming up next, you wanna secure yourself for the highest probability to later on play in the season and then make it to the LAN. If that means kicking a friend, then sometimes you gotta kick a friend.
Yeah, Hit and Run, they're going to be, I mean, everyone, Mafia as well, they're all going to be planning for that future of Onslaught events, and if you cannot afford to have one person lagging behind with their performances, because it's, you know, you're 1/7 of the said. Next map up is going to be Ensk, and I think you agree, I absolutely hate playing this in Onslaught. I still have no idea where to go on this map. It feels like everything I do is always a problem. You're always getting flanked or overpushed by autoloaders, T-57s, Foch Bs, E3s, Jagdpanzers. Every peak is a death trap.
I kind of like the Jagdpanzer on Siegfried. It was pretty cool when Cashback was playing it, because you run into the same issue, talked about it during, like with the E3. If you shoot it, you better make sure that you can kill it, because trading one for one with E3, Jagdpanzer, VZTD even, is just, you don't win it. It's not possible to win.
It's horrible to play against. It's like, if you shoot at me, then I become stronger. It's just like, it's not fair, you know. The only way to really deal with it is, like you say, either ignore it or you have to just delete it immediately. Like you got to go in with the autoloaders and just immediately delete the E3/Jagdpanzer, or even 268v4. We've seen that as well, and even the Polish TD, but we probably won't see that here due to lack of armor.
Yeah, it's not really that good. It's only really good on like Hallouf, where you can sit fully hold down and enable that armor to work for it. But you saw a lot of teams, I think, in the play-in use 3 TDs. But half the enemy team is TD with the ability, it becomes kind of annoying to decide what you're going to shoot at.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of scope for variety on maps like Enskred. Tanks like 705A come into play. There's still the old reliable 60p. Then you've got Mouse, or you could pick E100. There's Foshby, T57's even an option. And then there's like, not to mention 430U and E50 with the 5k DPM ability. And then even on Ensk, you can still pick RHM and play for the vision control.
Better from one side than the other, though, IMO. The north is just still better for the RHM than the south. Just because you can still give cross shots. You can't really do that from the south at all.
You put a lot of pressure on the guy that plays the RHM as well. I mean, I've played a lot of RHM in Onslaught, but I only pick it sort of begrudgingly because you kind of have to play for that vision control. But on a map like Ensk, you're really putting a lot of pressure on the guy to make it work.
Proving how good you are at the game outside of just pressing plane ban.
Oh, I love plane spamming. It's so much fun, especially at the start. I'm so bad. I'm really bad at the first plane. My reaction skills are not there.
Which one do you use? The control click the minimap, or
I always go with the control click. But
you should practice the aiming in the sky. It's the aiming in the sky is the fastest way. To be honest,
I know it's the fastest way, but I need to perfect it. Because
it's really not that hard. The thing is, with the plane in the sky, it's actually more forgiving than control clicking because it's faster. So even if it's like not 100%, you still hit all 7.
Okay, well, I'm going to go into a training room before the next Onslaught season. I'm going to go into a training room because Onslaught, you can now do that, and I will just practice doing the plane at least a couple times to make sure I've got it.
Yeah, as long as you have high enough arcade sense, it's pretty easy. And on Glacier, it's actually the easiest out of all, because you can immediately aim at where they spawn on Glacier, which is a big upgrade compared to control clicking the minimap. Enough about planes, though. Now about TDs on Ensk. Mafia, E4 to 68, double 705A and triple mouse, but hit and run, Muff.
Yeah, look at that. Triple 705A, I mean, they're just sorting out their lineup, so it could change a little bit, but the beefy Russian heavy tanks coming out, 705 is not, it's not like the most powerful tank, but it is incredibly annoying to deal with, and those mouse, I'm not sure what the engagement's like for them when they're trying to, if they get face hugged by a 705A, whether they can just shoot up onto the hull, shoot down onto the hull of the tank.
No, for sure not. You only have the roof of
so
the...
if they can't do that, then it's going to be quite a difficult brawl for those 705As.
So about an even split from both these teams. The triple mouse driving towards the cap for Mafia, the V4 taking 1-2 line. And on the field, it is a 3v3 with the V4, the 75A, and the 430U against the double 75A and an E4. And that V4 of Mentos is going to have to be careful, though, pushing up forward, trying to get Profuse from the side, but he's in a bit of no man's land, Mentos, in that 268 V4. Profuse and Kono, and even the mouse is just driving back across the rails. Conrad, Yolo, Kubash, they are trying to take this overmatch. He's driving straight across the cap, not caring about damage taken. And now Panzer Fury in a world of trouble as well in that 430U. Nowhere really to go, nowhere really to hide for Panzer Fury. He's gonna fall as well. And Mafia's opening here sublime. But questions are asked to why Mentos would decide to push forward. In a normal game of Enskmov, sure, but with the rails cut open?
Yeah, Mentos was kind of like your average Onslaught teammate in that situation. He overcommitted completely by himself, and unfortunately for him, he went down so quickly and hit and run in this game. They're just not able to recover. Kono, Profuse, Kubash, it just keeps on rolling the pain train, and there is no way that they can get back into this game.
No, there's no way at all. Kubash is going to finish Mineros. Marcus is having himself a little bit of a 1v1 with Tseg, which is horrible for the 75A because the V4 does have really nice heat pen. You can't even win that either. Yeah, no, opening wise, Mafia far ahead. This was pretty good. Nice pincer, always having control over both sides of the map, and kind of forcing hit and run to make a mistake. Although it's like
I'd say the opening of Mafia, I mean, maybe the reason the Mentos like jumped the gun and went further forward is because Mafia's setup kind of confused him almost, like. And in those situations, sometimes there's a bit of miscommunication with the team. It's like, we should do this, and then someone starts going, and everyone's like, no, and it's too late already. He's already committed into that position, and no one could support him. But the triple mouse, they cut back from the left side of rails and just drove through the middle. And the reason they can do that is because they've just got so much HP to begin with.
It was a good pincer across. Wonder how the game would go if the hit and run didn't push forward, if they would park the mouses on the cap, or what would be the game plan, because this was a pretty easy one for Mafia, right? You know, okay, Mental's committed too far forward, we'll just drive across.
Well, when you consider how like sort of methodical and hard fought the 2 Glacier rounds were, this was just a nice freebie back. It's like, you know, it was 2-0. We'll just give you one just to keep it close and make it a little bit more interesting.
A little bit more interesting indeed. But for Mafia, they really needed that. Going down 3-0, I don't think they would be able to recover from. So they put themselves in a position now that they have something to play for. They win the second ends, gets 2-2, and you can forget about whatever happened on Glacier.
Yeah, it allows them to sort of reset their mental and stabilize a bit and just go into the next rounds and see if they can bring it back.
Can they?
Maybe.
I still think North is still favored though. We'll see if hit and run can prove
why
to us.
Why do you think the North is favored?
The rails are better.
But
the rails are simply better.
This is why I hate Ensk, is like the sort of intricacies of those rails trades. I've just never really gotten the hang of like what this sort of protocol is, other than just go here and shoot.
It's just the way that the rails are shaped from North, and the positions on every rail are superior compared to South. South doesn't really have any of the similar positions at the rails that the North has. It's always kind of been this way. It's better in Onslaught than in regular 15v15, because in regular 15v15, North always wins rails, unless they make major mistakes. But it's
there
also
are
just the spawns.
there are more
the spawns
there are
are
more
also,
options now.
Yeah,
as well.
but the spawns are also in a position that North should always get full info, or close to full info.
Yeah, you in Onslaught, obviously the maps are altered slightly, so you can drive through the middle of the rail section now, which opens the game up a little bit for different strats, like we saw in the previous round. But lineups, we got some double 268 coming out from Hit and Run, a T57 heavy, double E3, so very alpha damage heavy lineup.
Both these teams bring in interesting lineups though. You have the double V4, the double E3 versus double E3, V4, 705As. YOLO playing the light from South though.
Yeah, you said playing the light from South is not really preferable. You can see he's got like the full damage build as well, rammer, HP, and vents. So we'll see if he's going to be able to cook something up. But these E3s, I was going to say they need to run, but look at where Comrade's going. Can he actually sit fully safe there, or is he just going to get immediately YOLO'd by the double V4? It looks like Hit and Run want to go for this, but double E3 covering? I'm not sure this is going to work for them.
I don't think so. Orchak and Kuba should be in position on time with the improved dispersion. They're not going to struggle with hitting that either. Mentals takes the first brunt of damage, drop below half, and now Tsek is not in a much better position. The 57s are now starting to push up, but again, it's a similar story to round number 1 on ends. Because the rails are open, the tanks from D4, D5, Profuse, Barkis are able to put shots into this 0 line. They get Tsek out of the game immediately. Mentos is down towards a 1-shot again. Ensk is not his map at all, and Mafia is like, this is amazing, thank you. Now Panzer Fury, Mineros, and Katsai are in a bit of no man's land themselves. They can't really push these E3s because, well, the E3 just wins this engagement. Kono covering from the side as well. I mean, they're gonna try to get this out. Orchek's like, thank you for reducing my reload a little bit more, and Panzer Fury just absolutely gets deleted by the side of Mafia. Hit and run ends. Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done here.
Yeah, and it's not only that the push was probably bad in the first place, but the second phase of the push was really like labored as well. So I think it's just 2-3 wins, isn't it? Really, like Mafia looking like the dominant force in this one. I'm not sure the RHM even really like. Did it really make a difference in the end? Did it really help Mafia that much out
Give
position?
good info, though. It gave really good info about the split in the beginning.
So it perhaps helped them to reposition slightly better, because this hit and run lineup is with double 268. It's 268's always going to YOLO, right? It's not really built to hold a position per se.
No, but like the RHM gives the initial info where the V4s are going, which I think made the E3s of Mafia really confident in where to place, where to play, and where to rotate as well. So I think it was fine. I think he added a lot to the team, but again, they're not respecting the fact that these rails are cut open and like Crossfire can come in. I mean, not just the rails, right? The building as well at E7 opens up shots from D4, D5. I think Profuse hit one from there on the V4s as well. And even without that, I don't think the V4s can kill the 705A in time to where the E3s don't just farm them.
Yeah, a lot of crossfire angles taken up by Mafia in this one. I think that we should, well, hit and run specifically, but in general, we should just forget that Ensk actually happened and it's just 2-2, or it's a tied game. We now go into, would it be best of 3 now? I'm not sure.
Well,
Maybe
one team needs to win 2 more rounds.
Yes, sorry.
And we have 3 more rounds to be played.
Alright. Don't give me the key hand treatment right now.
It's not a key hand treatment. It's a best of 7 and 4 rounds have been played, Wolf. 7 minus 4?
3.
Well done. You made it very hard on yourself for no reason. I think is the biggest issue there.
I'm just too far ahead mentally. I just can't, you know, the level of maths, you know, it's below my level of comprehension.
There really must be something in the water in England. You have a lot of people that are mentally far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. You could say that about a lot of places, though, in the world. We've all got our folks. Anyway, Kubash, with a big performance in that one, doing 5k, helped by his ability, of course.
Just a little bit. A tiny bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
What's the next map now? I believe it's
Airfield.
So I said this map probably more the 1-1 territory. It's gonna be, I think it's very, very stale as a map. As people would know from randoms, it's kind of hard to make anything super aggressive happen, especially in the beginning of the game, unless someone's mispositioned or overcommitted, like we saw Mentos in the previous round. So I'm expecting quite long rounds that are just going to be playing off a strike, doing some rotations, trying to get overmatches.
How do you feel about the West versus East balance? You know, I think East can play more safe with the CS going AB line than West can.
The team that has a CS that would go north from the Western spawn, it's not only annoying just because they have better angles and, to shoot at you, but also there's like when you sit in the defensive bush, some people will know what I'm talking about. There's a defensive bush that you have to sit in because you can't commit to the forward rock, and sometimes if you're not positioned correctly, the CS can actually peek and shoot you without being spotted. So it's really not fun, and the gorilla being picked by Monster is going to put that pressure on the CS from Mafia.
Yeah, but they have 2 of them though. Kono and Kubash, together with an RHM, a Mouse, and 60p. Hitterman not opting for that second medium, but opting for the gorilla. If Monster can hit the shot, that is huge. But the double CS is a curious one though from the side of Mafia.
Yeah, double CS, you know, normally we would just see one, and then the other medium would be designated as like an E50 or 430U or something. But double CS is going to commit towards the B line is the damage going to come in? Monster hits his shot, so 1.2 on Kono, but they were perhaps expecting that this damage is going to come in, which is why they sent 2 CS to the position, and they have managed to secure the forward rocks, and Kubaj is now going to be able to take the info, which is very useful. Tsek has also committed to this position. He's not in the defensive spot, so he can't leave now. He is very much stuck there. You could argue that the 2 CS from Mafia are also stuck, but they are a lot more comfy in those positions.
The Mafia should be able to take the strike on the north side. Then they should be able to. I mean, Tsek can't both reset and trade. So they take the strike. Monster is able to cover though.
Yeah, Monster, if Kubash does start peeking against Tsek, then he is able to punish, but the problem is going to be that Barkis will take this strike, and it depends what they want to do. Sometimes you want to save the strike to get a big group of people at the same time, but a common strategy in this is also just to immediately put it on the CS, so you can start whittling him down and winning that trade. Then you can he can use his medkit to repair the stun, and then the double CS can immediately use their strikes on Tsek, and then he'll be perma-stunned, and Kubash can start peeking and having better DPM.
He's keeping it for now. I agree with that, because you could get repushed. If you get repushed, you want to do the big strike. What you can do, though, is just wait for the next minute if you're Barkis and just slowly chip away at the HP of Tsek every time the strike is up.
Yeah, it's going to be up in another 50 seconds, so he might just wait, place the strike just before the cooldown has expired, and then immediately go again. We've got YOLO in this super defensive position, just trying to spot the south of the map, because he doesn't really have anyone from his team who's supporting him, so he's just trying to make sure that his team knows what's happening if there is any kind of push through the south. Ketsai is in the cap. Tsek has been striked now, though, and Barkis is going to start collecting the next one. So at some point, you'd imagine that Kono and Kubash are going to try and start double peeking Tsek together and get him out of the game, but it's a very slow-paced round at the moment. Ketsai's even stopped the cap, so there's nothing going on at the moment.
They're going to repush with everything. You see by the movement F4, 60p joining, RHM coming as well. They want to do it before the strike hits as well. And that's driving into double CS, though. Even if Tsek goes to fight one, you always have the issue of the other. Minero's coming in, already taking a lot of damage. Minero's down to 1.6. Perfus speaking from the outside now as well. Ketsai trying to ram. Gets a big one on towards Barkis as well. But the double CS is actually perfectly positioned for this IMO MOV. And Orchek and Conrad could just go back in if they want to. But Panzer Fury picks up Barkis. Now Orchek's going to peek over, get Mineros out of the game. They're still down in HP. But I don't see how Ketsai plays this position over longer periods of time.
Yep, Ketsai just trying to dodge to get the strike, but he gets a little CS strike and he's unable to take it. They hit and run perhaps felt like they had to do something, otherwise they were going to eventually lose Tsek. But the reality is that Mafia, pretty much all of their combat tanks were there. The only person who was actually out of the fight was the RHM, and that RHM has now got free reign because Mentos has gone towards the north, so YOLO is going to be able to take the other strike and get out
from Ketsai,
for free. The strike has been used on the double CS, so that's going to chip away a little bit at their HP. And hit and run, they do still have the HP advantage, but
I think you deduct the entirety of the Gorilla.
The Gorilla's HP doesn't really count. That is true. Ketsai he's over peaking actually. Oh no, they're going to try and commit, are they? Yes, they are going to go for the push. Ketsai taking a lot of damage. Some bounce shots, though. Was that bounce. Double bounce?
Triple. Ketsai, Panzer Fury, and Rexar, none of the three committing. Well, actually hitting the shot just like Storm did against Cashback. Another bounce from Ketsai. Now Tsek, Mentos, and Monster trying to win this against Kono and Kubush, but it doesn't even look that good for them. YOLO whiffing a shot as well, but he wants to go help his teammates on the B-line. Rushing back in with an RHM, but does he get there on time? I'm not sure. He'll pick up Mentos as the first. Now Monster peeking over to get Kubush, but he's still alive. They do find Profuse, but they will not find much more than that. And now, though, that B-line pressure will be relieved as YOLO will pick up Monster. Ooh, that's an arguably pathetic roll there from the RHM onto its Monster. But Kono, in the meantime, just firing away. And that HP lead that they had, Moff, it's gone.
Yeah, they piled the Gorilla and RHM and the CS into the B line to try and win that fight, but it did not pay off for them. So Mafia, from being two rounds down, they're going to make it 3-2 and go on to match point in this one. They have done quite the job of recovering as we go into the next round.
Yeah, I think Hit and Run had to make this play because, you know, you lock the RHM on the B line. Then indeed, YOLO goes to take the mid strike for free. Ketsa is slowly going to get chipped away by those CSs because they do have a bit of camo. Slowly but surely, they're going to hit some shots against him. So,
well, I think Mafia's innovation to pick double CS. I mean, it looked kind of scuffed to begin with. You're thinking like you're just going to commit 2 CS to one position, and then they're both just going to be stuck there. But it turned out to be the perfect play because one of them took the initial damage and then stayed at the more defensive rock, and then they just took the position away by force by just committing more tanks there.
Yeah, and it actually worked for them in this game because Hit and Run had the Gorilla. I don't know how the double CS works in a game where Hit and Run has, for example, cap pressure going and plays the middle a bit heavier. Like, take the Gorilla,
yeah, that's a fair point.
Take the Gorilla out of the equation, right? You have the CS, you spot double CS, you stop committing with that CS, right? Then you lock at least one of the CSs from Mafia there, probably both still, right? And they can't really effectively leave it either. But a heavier lineup, I don't know how the double CS really works out.
I think, in my experience playing Onslaught with in randoms, one of the difficult things when you play the CS in that area of the map, if the fight isn't on the north outside area, you have to make a decision. Do I leave this position? Because it's really powerful. But if I leave, I could get caught in transition in the middle of the open. And if Hit and Run had played the game slightly differently, then we could have seen that situation where the CS have to try and find impact in a more difficult spot.
Yeah, that's just like the question that I have. Like, what happens when you play like a heavier lineup against this and you have the double CS there? Like, I know you can take the North Strike off, but you know,
is that
well,
enough?
Yeah, it gets one reset, right?
Yeah, and then anyone, if the other team takes control of South, they can have 2 crossfire angles on the cap, which means that anyone that you send to block the cap can immediately get peeked and wham banged from 2 angles.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, it didn't happen in the last game, but that's just like the question, because I don't think the strike does enough. And then if you have to repush with double CS move, you know it's not great. Not against 60.
Yeah, it's not a particularly fun experience, especially with the module damage alpha being able to set you on fire very easily as well. That is a huge problem in Onslaught, and something we haven't mentioned yet today is that pretty much everyone is running fire extinguishers because the cost of getting set on fire as 1 out of 7 people is just really not great.
Yeah, no. Are the 60Ps running fire extinguisher?
Some of them, I believe, are. I've seen a lot. I mean, I've seen a lot of it, especially on 430Us, of course, fuel tanks in the front. Anyway, the next game, Centurion Action 10, or Centurion AX being picked, a beautiful tank. It's going over to the strike in the south completely alone. Info being provided. Oh, they don't actually have a light tank. Oh, what is this aggression from Hit and Run? They're taking the balcony away from Mafia. This is a really bold play. Lots of damage being taken by Hit and Run in the process. They're actually 6k HP down at the moment, but is this balcony worth it?
I don't know, Moff. Like, the amount of damage
Look at the cap.
I understand they're gonna be pushed back in, but like I think they're gonna get repushed on the balcony by Conrad and Orchek, and then Profuse is gonna go for the block, the body block even in that 60p. Monster fallen already. Mental's in an equally bad position, and yeah, you forced him back into the cap, Moff, but you took so much for it. You have to find a play now. I will say that the TVP at this moment in time is absolutely amazing. For this engagement, he clips out Kubash. He's going to get a free reload out of this as well. Fury comes in, picks up Kubash. YOLO, in a bit of trouble there in the RHM. He's going to get caught. The Ignite as well. Gets side down towards the one shot, but he will get the clip out on YOLO at least. He will even pick him up and Hit and Run. coming back in with a few kills, but still that damage taken off. It's so much. They had such a light lineup. They did so many good plays there, and they're still down so much.
Yeah, that 6k HP deficit that they traded for the positions is coming back to bite them. Conrad just does not care about Mineros' DPM or his inspirability. He will just tank the shots. Mineros having trouble trying to pen that angled mouse, and Orsha comes from behind to tag team on him as well. And Mineros, the only one left from his team. Everyone else has died, sacrificing themselves for the win, which will not come.
No, and Hit and Run won the first 2 rounds and now got rolled 4 times in a row. Okay,
Yeah.
rolled is maybe a...
Maybe if in the next pick and ban, if
actually
they would
rolled.
just only pick Glacier.
Yeah, this is pick only Glacier, bro.
Yeah, then they could win.
They should only pick ice maps. So
but there's no Klondike.
We're in trouble.
Yeah, there's no Klondike.
We're in trouble. If there was still Klondike, they could win in a lower bracket match, you know, because it's best of 5. But now they're in trouble.
Yeah.
I like the idea, but they took so much.
I mean, we always appreciate innovation, right? But that, I think that's like a classic case of you don't push on airfield sort of thing. It's that kind of vibe where you go aggressive and you just get so punished for it that you just cannot make it work. You can see Barkers as well in the Grilla found a lot of impact. Actually managed to do 4K, so he was shooting for most of the time, right?
How many shots did you hit?
5.
5. The first one I think was 1K already. So...
Yeah, so it wouldn't have been ability alpha. So when he's unspotted, he gets the.
I think he was
what
blamed.
Percentage is it?
I'm not sure. 30, 40%, I think. At level 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I'm not sure.
I'm not
a grill spammer.
All I know about Gorilla is that it does big boom. Level 3.
Big boom.
A big boom. Especially because it gets buffed critical module percentage as well. It's kind of crazy. It's fire
as well as the alpha. That's,
it increases the module damage as well, which is why Gorillas with like the ability. Then to Amorak 60 TPs. Amorak almost anything actually, and set everything on fire. Like you should try Gorilla Moth if the ability still stays the same. It's actually really fun on the right map. The only downside of it is the lights kind of ruin it, to be honest.
Yeah, since the light tank changes. I mean, the light tank ability has been nerfed since then. It's not quite as long, but it's still just so incredibly powerful. There's not a great deal that you can do about it. Anyway, Cashback and Mafia, that is they're reunited in the upper bracket. Those were the two finalists. The 2 finalists from the previous Onslaught event. Mafia, they started kind of weak, but they built up steam, and they actually came out of that looking really quite strong.
I don't think like we really appreciated the fact how they just won the 4 rounds in a row.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose the question would be, did they look good, or was Hit and Run just became washed?
Moff, you're a big race enjoyer, right? An unforced driver error comes down to what?
Unforced errors are usually the biggest problem, right? So it's just who makes the most mistakes, and Hit and Run made the biggest mistake of just going straight into the middle of the open on airfield. And yeah, that same on Ensk as well. That was kind of the story of the match.
Yeah, I think the story is the pressure of Mafia made them make those unforced errors, which are like kind of weird, but it's also down to Mafia just playing really, really, really good World of Tanks, moving up in the upper bracket. But when we come back, we're gonna have some more bangers of matches. But before that, I think it's time to watch the replays and see just exactly how Mafia took down Hit and Run.
Well, hello there, and welcome back. And yeah, we are now from the upper bracket where it's all nice and sunny and shiny down in towards the gruesome trenches of the lower bracket. Losing the match means a tournament elimination. From now on until the rest of the day, it's going to be best of 7 once again. Now we are going to be watching a match in between Scarlet, Flower, and Storm. How would you be stacking up those teams, Muff?
Well, Scarlet Flower do have quite a lot of experience from playing previous Onslaught tournaments. They've been in the playoffs before, but Storm, they looked really, really good in the Cashback game. Even though they lost, you know, it was really close, and they definitely could have and probably should have won against Cashback. So based off of that new information that we have, you would have to say that Storm are the favorites in this one. But Scarlet Flower, they are no slouch, and they should put up a good fight.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Storm here coming into this match being the favorite ones, but you mentioned it. Scarlet, Flower, they are not going to give up easily. Now, community prediction-wise, the community, I guess, is siding with our sentiment here. 68 to the 32% for Scarlet Flower here, who personally I do think have the most beautiful tournament camo out of all of the teams. We are going to see it shortly. But yeah, Storm dropping down from the upper bracket should be favored. That being said, shoulda, woulda, coulda is always something that might get turned on its head in the course of this match.
Well, you know, I mean, obviously they threw the tiebreaker against Cashback, so I suppose there's a question as to how tilted they are, if they can get their head in the game. Scarlet Flower also have a really nice team logo as well as camo. But for the first time today, we are going to see Ghost Town, then we'll go on to Cliff, also for the first time, and then back to Hallouf Pilsen being the tiebreaker if required. What do you think of Ghost Town, Key?
Ghost Town is very, very interesting to me as I mean, it's obviously like extremely mirrored position-wise. There are some like slight changes towards southwest, eastern, west, but it is mostly mirrored, so a lot of it comes down to strategy as to how either team is going to play it. I also really like the dynamics that have developed. I think it is the Western Strike, basically the one that you can capture behind the stairs, and how that position does get countered. So I think a lot of our attention should be diverted towards that one. That being said, there are, I believe, 3 strikes in total on that map. So you can definitely play for the other 2 as well on the outside.
Yeah, there's 3 strikes in this one. Not all of them are easily accessible, and obviously the challenge with that is that if you commit for the strike, you've got to be prepared for any kind of repush, especially on the stairs, as you mentioned. Sometimes people like to take a bit of a jump from the top of the flight of stairs, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. People will know what I'm talking about with flipped 60 TPs very much in their mind there, but hopefully we won't see that today. Well, or maybe hopefully we do for content's sake. I don't know. I mean,
Exactly. I was about to cut you off there. Like, hopefully we see it on this level of gameplay. I don't expect to see it, but if it happens, we'll definitely have a blast casting. That being said, as Ghost Town is one of the maps that we haven't seen yet today, do you expect any kind of tank picks going into this one that we haven't seen either?
Perhaps. I mean, we saw EBR on Glacial one time picked. There's a possibility for picking EBR because you can send it through the bushes on the east of the map and just try and catch the light tank in the beginning, because light tanks always try to play around the sort of zero line area. Maybe E100 as well, because it's quite beefy and a little bit more mobile than a mouse. It's also kind of annoying for 60 TPs to deal with when they're trying to aim at those weak spots. So maybe those tanks. I'm not really sure that we'll see much else that we haven't already.
Badger, yes, no?
I mean, I would love to see it, but I don't think that there is any possibility of a Badger. I mean, it's got great DPM, of course, but lack of turret and lack of ability is not the greatest assets to have in this game.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Now, the lineups are being revealed. I mean, keep in mind, they can still change in the 30-second countdown that we do have. But Storm, fighting for tournament survival, storming into this with quadruple 60 TP, 1 for 30U, and a double RHM.
Yeah, so what I mentioned with EBR, it could potentially be the same sort of tactic applied with double RHM. Instead, maybe one of them will try to go through the bushes and catch Shelby, the opposing RHM. We've got double CS, though, from Scarlet Flower. Normally, you'd see at least like one E50M as like a sort of reliable tank that can pretty much always win the 1v1 brawl. One of the CSs and the RHM has been missed, though, for the side of Scarlet Flower, and neither light tank was spotted either for Storm. So the info trades kind of even, but like very uncharacteristic that two tanks from both teams didn't get lit.
Yeah, that is indeed very, very interesting. Now, Lucky here on the east, taking the strike behind the stairs. He does peek out right now, doesn't really see anything moving towards him, so he's going to get that strike for free if no blind reset starts coming in. I wouldn't expect it to, and Lucky indeed does take the first strike. That being said, though, Scarlet Flower, they have sent the double CS63 towards that F1 position with that strike as well. Milo here from the outside trying to cover as well. If something should be a foul here, the strike does get taken by Victor on the other side, but now Storm starting to push on with the 430U, that 60 TP, and another one to boot. Kitsunk hard pressed to fall back.
Yep, he's in trouble there in his 60 TP, especially because he's got his... Oh, and he's not. He's actually reversing, so I was going to say it's a mistake because he would be showing his rear and then probably get set on fire, but he's taking a lot of damage. It looks like he's going to go down in a shot or two, but then what is the reaction from Scarlet Flower? They don't really have any kind of reaction. They can just bring all their tanks back towards middle. Milo is pushing on towards Shelby. The double RHM is going to group up and go for him, but I don't see how Scarlet Flower can really react to this or take any positions.
Well, the train continues here by Storm, pushing on towards Victor and Trash Panda. Two more 60 TPs on the chopping block right now, as we do see Shelby Walk getting double teamed by the Rheinmetalls from Storm as well. Down towards one shot he goes. We'll see if Milo or Lucan will be the one to pick it up. Milo with the missed shot, but Lucan makes sure the second tank from Scarlet Flower falls to the grave. And now this push by Storm that found initial success, starting to get hammered, to get peppered by all of those entrenched tanks by Scarlet Flower here, starting to retaliate, but the HP are running low. Vladislav down and out.
Yeah, the HP is kind of close, but look at the guns in the game. There's 3 tanks eliminated for the side of Scarlet Flower, whereas Storm have kept everyone alive so far at the moment until I say that Weirchad goes down, but still they have the HP lead and the guns lead. The double RHM is going to start coming in from the side and putting in crossfire shots as well. Storm are looking good to win the first round here.
Indeed, now we can see once again that hit squad of the Rheinmetalls, Lucan and Milo starting to trail around. Lucan is going to establish crossfire from that one line as well. That's going to be detrimental for the efforts of Scarlet Flower, who are all bunched up here. Q-Sprite and that CS63 getting focused out. Lucky popping the funny button, but it's going to be Yuzek to pick up Trash Panda, leaving only Victor in a 3-way crossfire here, and Esidarab forced to watch from the sidelines in his CS63 as Storm once again signature play, extreme aggression. Scarlet Flower unable to hold on, 1-0.
Yep, Storm taking it quite convincingly in round number 1. It was a relatively simple push though, and the 60 TP of Kitsunk, you kind of wonder what he's doing in that position, because his team, you've got double CS and 1-2 line, they're taking control of that side of the map, and Storm isn't contesting it, so it's like, well, where do you think they're going to be, right? And you have one RHM who can cover you, so maybe some slight miscommunication there. Maybe it didn't help as well that they didn't spot the double RHM at the start. You know, it's obviously more info is better to make more informed decisions, but I don't think that Kitsunk should be getting caught there. I think that's quite a easy mistake to make.
So I was also watching in the client while it was happening, and actually both of the Rheinmetalls at the start of the game started reversing immediately. So I think basically that Shelby Walk expected everyone to drive forward and maybe place the plane a bit like to the front of the spawn, but by doing so he exactly avoided the double RHM, which obviously was a crucial piece of information to be missing, and from there on out it just snowballed, and Storm just demonstrated to us what she can do with two super mobile tanks that do have decent DPM to boot as well. And yeah, the other thing that you mentioned already, that 60 TP from Katsang caught out in the open, that was quite brutal to see. But I mean, Storm, basically, they saw an outstretched hand and started ripping out the whole arm, and good reactions by them as well.
Yeah, it was good reactions by Storm to make it as clean as it was. The double RHM reversing at the start, obviously that depends on spawn. And that goes back to, it kind of goes back to what me and Daki were talking about with technique for how you put the plane at the start, whether you do control click on the minimap or you point your gun up into the sky, and that is obviously quicker. So the fact that double RHM reverses, it increases the difficulty because you want to put the plane slightly further forward because you know that most of the enemy team are going to drive that way, but then you've also got to try and put it, you basically got to place it as fast as possible, right? Because if you place it right bang in the center within like 1 second of the game starting, you're always going to catch them, right?
All right, so Storm securing a quick and easy round number 1. We'll have to wait and see if Scarlet Flower are able to retaliate here or if the map is going to go 2-0 the way of the Polish team. Lineups for round number 2, Scarlet trailing, bringing quadruple 60 TP, double CS 63, and Shelby once again hoping this time to spot 7 enemy tanks at first. Rheinmetall Panzerwagen.
Yeah, it's identical lineups for both teams. Storm again with the double RHM strat. We'll see if Scarlet Flower can react slightly better to this. Obviously, the info at the start of the round is going to be very important, but we'll see if...
Once again, double RHM not spotted on the right, but on the other side, like the 1 CS and the 1 RHM not spotted either. So we have a basically mirror from last round, except that the teams obviously spawned in different locations, but yeah, the same amount of information missing, the same opening coming out from Storm, and now we'll have to see if Scarlet Flower have learned from the last round.
Well, it looks like, but look at the RHM. Shelby has committed to that boat position. It's quite common to get planed there, and he starts shooting at the lackey on the strike as well, so they know that there's an RHM there, so Shelby is very much stuck. He will get planed, but the key difference in this fight compared to the previous one is that they have a CS in the back who's going to provide crossfire for Q-Sprite and Katsang, but is it going to be enough to make a difference?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Once again, Storm with the outside push of the 60 TP starting to collapse on towards Q-Sprite, and Katsang Q-Sprite down towards 1650. That is a 3-shot normally for 60 TPs as he takes a big one, 846, possible 1-shot now, but in come the reinforcements for Scarlet Flower here, forcing to Storm to reconsider what they're doing here. Keep in mind, the CS63 and the Rheinmetall for Scarlet Flower are continuously going to shoot at the heavy tanks of Storm. HP down for either team, but still neck and neck. Currently the advantage there for Scarlet Flower, but Yuzek trying to close in on towards Q-Sprite does get the first kill.
Yep, they pick up the kill on those 60 TPs, but they're trading so much HP for this. And in the meantime, the CS and RHM are putting in shots all the time. The CS picks up Sir Jacob as well. Katsang is Amarect in the meantime. Double RHM is trying to gang up on Viksha in his CS, but he is shooting HE, so he's got some wicked DPM versus those RHM. Katsang is just trying to do the best he can, stay alive as long as possible, but he is out of the round. It's a 4v4 at this point. Shelby is desperately trying to get into the fight here. The CS also trying to get into the fight, but how can they be effective? Lackey's down to 800 HP. Strike being placed, that's going to miss onto him. They're trying to crunch on towards Weirdchild in the 60 TP. Trash Panda has a lot of HP, and that's going to be useful, but Yuzek is just driving straight into the CS here, tracks him as well. He's not going to be a one-shot for the 60 TP unless he high rolls, however. Trash Panda has picked up Weirdchild in the meantime. Lackey has fallen to Shelby, and it's looking good for Scarlet Flower, but it's straight into a 2v2.
Straight into a 2v2, and Lukin seems to be caught here. Trash Panda, very high HP for him, still does pick up Lukin in that Rheinmetall, leaving only Yuzek in once again a 1v2 situation. And one of the teams still have a Rheinmetall. That is an HE one-shot, but Shelby is going to run away to the hills. Is he actually? Trash Panda doesn't get the shot, gets the shot around the corner, does keep Yuzek spotted. This means that Shelby is going to be able to keep staying safe from that 60 TP, and Yuzek, he knows that he needs to remove the single gun from the game. But in comes Trash Panda. Higher HP does get tracked, has a rep kit available. Now Yuzek and him in the 1v1, and Shelby is going to be that annoying, that pestering little light tank from the back. A whiff chop by Trash Panda here actually, but the DPM coming in from the Rheinmetall is going to be enough to rescue the situation here. Shelby with another shot, and Yuzek left with no options but to keep facing Trash Panda. He cannot afford to take another shot. He's one shot here, and Shelby just running ring around the Rosie with the enemy 60 TP. It is a chaos of a round, but Scarlet Flower, they do manage to put the equalizer on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you know, whenever the 2v1 situation comes in there, there's not really much that Yuzek can do about it. We thought for a second Shelby is like, is he going to turn around and like thinking that Yuzek is not going to push him? So that could have been disastrous, but in the end it just plays out like a normal 2v1. He looks at you, I peek, he looks at me, you peek, and there's nothing that Yuzek can really do about that, even if he wins the 60 TP 1v1. But as we can see, that game played out like very much the same as the last one. The only difference is that Scarlet Flower actually had tanks set up to cover their 60 TPs this time around.
Yeah, and I think they learned well from that first round here. Storm trying to do the quick 1-2 combination. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But actually props to Scarlet Flower for recognizing what the weakness was of their strategy against what the enemy team was doing. It was kind of funny to me that the same amount and the same kind of tanks at the start of the game weren't spotted. Like, but it was played out completely differently, and I think Scarlet Flower did also a good job of keeping Q-Sprite alive. Yes, he only did one shot of damage, probably should have done more, but at the end of the day, that's still a gun that's in the game. That's still the threat of losing a lot of HP, because the 60 TP has such high alpha. You need to commit in so much to basically take out that gun from the game. And I think we saw also that CS63 and the Rheinmetall, both those tanks that were shooting on towards the push, I mean, they were place 1 and 3 in the damage leaderboard. They were just exactly in the right positions to deal with that. Now, that is Ghost Town being done with 1-1 scoreline. We are headed to Cliff, and I think that is one of the most interesting maps in the pool, just because it can be all-out aggression from the start, but also because of the way that the map works. Like, you get spotted at the start from the RHM, but then you can actually, after the spot fades, choose to send your tanks in a different direction. So the kind of mind games that can be going on Cliff, even while tanks are lit, are very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say that the spotting plane is very important on Cliff, but it is on every map, but especially on Cliff, because you need to be able to make these quick, effective decisions, right? You need to know where you want to go, where you're going to push. You're going to go into donuts, you're going to go 1-2, or you're going to dump over the middle of the map. Should be some very fast rounds coming up. It's all about their team's ability to quickly react to the situation.
Now, Cliff, once again, one of those maps that plays quite a bit different than the other ones. Do we expect to see, once again the question, any tanks that we haven't seen already? So maybe STRV?
Not an STRV. I mean, there's a possibility of like a Foch. There's a possibility of a Gorilla, because you want to like shoot someone going up the hill in the beginning of the game, but I think that's quite unlikely. Based on how Storm have played so far, they're almost certainly going to pick triple, quadruple BZ and just do like some sort of mid dump. As for Scarlet Flower, I don't know.
I mean, coming into this match, obviously, Scarlet Flower, they do have the disadvantage of starting in the lower bracket. However, they do have, on the other hand, the advantage of having seen how Storm played already today. So yes, obviously starting in the lower bracket is less than desirable, not optimal, as some would say. It can also be an advantage to see how your enemy plays. And I think Storm's playstyle so far has been pretty straightforward. It's like, hey, we at the start of the game try to push somewhere, find an immediate advantage, and then snowball from there. So far, it's worked 50% of the time for them in this match. But I think Scarlet, they had some time to adjust, and they have done a beautiful job. I mean, also, in match number 1, right? It took the opposing team of Cashback quite some time to adjust towards what Storm was doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very well and good knowing how your opponent is going to play, but do you know how to react to it correctly is the real question. Our predictions being 4-2, 4-2, 4-1 in favor of Storm. So if Scarlet Flower win one more round, then my prediction is already dead in the water. But yeah,
we'll have to wait and see. I mean, all the three of us obviously going with Storm here, indicating that the team that did drop down from the upper bracket managed to impress in that upper bracket, regardless of losing the match in the end in the tiebreaker. That all being said and done, though, I think we are very soon going to see the lineups that either team is going to bring on towards Cliff. And you mentioned already we should be seeing probably some BZs. Let's see if there's any novelties in this one. Scarlet Flower bringing double BZ 75, a triple 277, a CS, and a Rheinmetall.
Well, Storm are much lighter. They've got only one BZ, and then they've got double CS, double E50, FOSHP, and an RHM. So Storm not really going with those heavy BZ lineups. We've got the heavies, the brute force power with less DPM versus the mediums, which are far more effective at range. So Scarlet Flower, they're going to have to try and get some sort of pick like early on in the game. Otherwise, they could potentially lose a lot of map control.
All right, so all tanks on either side spotted here, meaning that both teams have all the information that they could want right now. Storm sending the Fosh and I believe the double 50M towards the middle of the map. On the other side, we do have Shelby coming towards the donut with the RHM. Trash Panda stopping with that 277. Lucky taking two big hits by those 277s, and even a Cedarab able to put in one towards Milo. Shelby Walk now having to drop off. He's going to be out of the game for quite some time. And the strike starts to get taken at the donut by one of the tanks from Storm. However, the bleed was quite heavy.
Yeah, I'd say that Scarlet Flower have a huge problem, though, and that they have double 277 stuck on the 1-2 line. And those guys, if they want to be effective, they're going to have to push back up into mid. But look who's waiting. It's DJ in the Fosh B, and he is the perfect tank to counter those guys in that situation. So what does Scarlet Flower do? But Storm are just making the decision for them. They're going straight up through the middle. They're bleeding so much HP in those E50s. This looks like it's going to play into Scarlet Flower's hand, though. Look at the HP lead already, Kian.
Yeah, the HP lead quite substantial here. 5,000 currently. No tanks dropped, though. That's going to be important moving forward. Yuzek here with that overpush in the middle, probably not doing himself any favors. The Rheinmetall from the backline keeps pounding him. Goes down towards 380, actually. That's a one-shot for Katsang, who starts peeking. And the Onslaught modifier is coming in clutch. He does hit the shot. Meanwhile, though, on the donut here, we see FOSHB and Rheinmetall Panzerwagen against the 277. The FOSHB with 2 shots remaining puts in 1. Is he going to be able to do his last one? Yes, and the crucial fire coming in clutch. DJ here trying to shield his Rheinmetall buddy as Sir Jacob in the middle goes down. Triple kill in favor of Scarlet Flower.
It's not going to matter though, Key. The fire is too little, too late. Scarlet Flower have already overwhelmed the middle of the map, and Storm went from looking like they were in quite a commanding position at the beginning of this round, and then they just made this completely awkward push into the middle, which didn't achieve anything. Trash Panda is even going to survive. DJ are just having a real run around there, trying to circle the rock, and is unable to do so. Pops' ability is just going to farm some more prestige points, but it's not going to count in an Onslaught tournament.
Yeah, DJ running out of steam, running out of luck as well. Yes, he's healing back currently. You can see it coming in clutch. I think he even got ignited while healing, but Scarlet Flower absolutely demolishing Storm here. 7-0 the scoreline in tanks. They're going to put themselves up in this match. And yeah, that did not look good at all from Storm.
I think they just jumped the gun, to be honest. Like, you know, they know that the double 277 is on the 1-2 line. They know that they're stuck there. They can't really be effective in the game. They've got control of Donut. Scarlet Flower had the hill, but I don't think that's like a major problem at that point in the game. They've got the FOSHB controlling one line, and then they just, in their mind, they probably thought, oh, there's these 2 tanks stuck on the 1-2 line. surely we can just overpush the middle quickly before they're able to get into the game. But obviously the CS from the top of the hill can shoot, the BZs are shooting, and they've got to cross all this open ground just to get to the BZs before they can even kill them, and it just was never going to work.
And I think also the fact of the matter remains, like, it doesn't matter what kind of format it is, if it's 7v7 attack defense, if it's Onslaught, if it's 15v15, repushing from donut into middle is always hell of expensive. And
but especially from the wrong side as well, because
yeah.
they did it in the middle of the open. They didn't even cut back through their own side. They could have spared themselves some extra damage.
And the thing is, Storm were already down on HP and then tried that repush, which obviously resulted in absolute disaster. I mean, 7-0 in a scoreline, that's not like maybe some players did some mistakes at any point in time with like shooting or decision making, but 7-0 normally indicates that your tactic just flat out was inferior to the other teams.
Yeah, I mean, once you've lost those first two tanks, it sort of becomes rudimentary. It's like, it's just, you know, we'll just keep everyone alive and we'll just overmatch you and then the game just ends. So whether it's 7-0 or not doesn't really matter, but it tells the story of the flawed strategy there, or flawed reaction.
Now, Storm will have to mentally get back on track, because they did have a good first round. I think they got red in the second one because they were trying to do the same thing. Now, in the third round, just Scarlet Flower wiping the floor with them, absolutely. So something needs to change for Storm, and we'll see if that is going to happen right now. Ooh. They're coming in with double BZ75, singular CS, triple E50M, so DPM through the roof, and a Fosh B.
But critically, no light tank. So they're thinking, we don't need a light. We'll just take 7 damage dealers and we'll win. Doesn't matter if we have info or not, we'll wipe the floor with them. Scarlet Flower going very heavy again with 4 BZs. Then they've got 1 CS, a TVP, which is either going to sit probably on one line or try and shoot someone going up mid in the beginning. But the BZs all going top side. It's very heavy for Scarlet Flower.
So Lucan didn't get spotted in his Fosh, actually. So Shelby only getting the information about 6 of the 7 tanks, which might be a problem moving forward for that TVP, because, I mean, he's not really one clippable, but a fire might change that. And now we do see Trash Panda and DJ in the middle of the map, exchanging the spots. DJ, Trash Panda, what are you doing there, my dude?
He tried to go so wide to not get shot, and then he just slipped down, and that is bad. But Shelby, look at Shelby's position. If he gets permaplaned there, then there's no way for him to sit safe unless he drops down. DJ going up the hill, Jacob playing the ramp aggressively with the BZs at the moment, but there's a crunch going on towards middle. Viksha is the chosen target, and E50Ms are just going to torpedo straight into him, and he will be eliminated. Even if he doesn't get around the corner, then he's going to get picked up from middle. Is there going to be a reaction from Scarlet Flower? They're going to try and cross back towards Donut, but they're going to bleed so much and getting shot in the rear. Those fuel tanks are so easy to set on fire, and Milo and Lucan are actually just going to go back towards Trash Panda, who tried to come in and be the sort of flanking force, but he gets caught as well, and Lucan is just having an absolute blast in his Fosh B at the moment.
Exactly, he does get struck, but little is it going to matter. He's going to heal back as Milo now starting the DPM fight on towards Katsanke in that BZ75, who cannot really retaliate. And you mentioned Shelby Walk getting planed up there. Who is going to plane him? It's just 7 fighting tanks without any kind of plane, but it doesn't matter. The brute force, the brunt aggression coming out by Storm here right now is securing them a big lead here. Double the HP for Storm at the moment as Katsunk with the ram kill. But it doesn't matter. Lucan there with that Fosh once again in the healing stage of his ability right now. Currently not reloaded, but Storm tanks like a purple cascade just blowing down on towards Q Sprite. He's down to 1k. He's not going to survive.
Yeah, and it's probably, I mean, they don't have a light tank, so that Fosh B being unspotted was probably like it made a huge difference in as far as Scarlet Flower's like decision making goes in that game. They wouldn't have thought it was a light tank because none of them got spotted in the beginning, of course, but that probably dramatically affected where they put their forces.
Exactly, and just like that, Storm make it look very, very easy to get even 2-2 the scoreline here, meaning that effectively, as we've learned earlier today, we are down towards a best of 3 here. First of all, let's take a quick look at the damage numbers of the past battle. I mean, unsurprisingly, the E50Ms with their DPM once again on top. And Isidorab not having a fun time in his BZ.
Yeah, crossing in the open and getting set on fire is not the most enjoyable. But he got a little bit of ram damage, so there's that. It's better than 0. But E50s, when they're allowed to steamroll and they just keep shooting, they just keep on driving through the enemy, they will always come top damage in these kind of situations. So the lack of a light tank obviously played into their advantage, being able to brawl Shelby. Couldn't really do much, despite the fact that he came with second damage on his team. It's probably not meaningful damage, right? It's just pot shots here and there.
Exactly, and this now leads to the next map that we're going to see, and at least 2 rounds on it at that. Because both of the maps before that did get split 1-1 each. El Hallouf is going to be the name of the game, possibly the place where this lower bracket best of 7 is going to get decided. Now, we did see El Hallouf being played earlier today by Storm already. They did basically 1-1 it against Cashback. How would you rate Storm's playstyle on El Hallouf, and do you think they have something different prepared?
Well, I mean, the strats in the first round was just like, hey, let's just all go corner. What was interesting is that they brought an RHM to El Hallouf. El Hallouf is like one of the few maps where you don't really even consider taking an RHM, but they tried to make it work, and in one of the rounds, it did work for them because they got two tanks overmatch instantly, but maybe they'll switch it up. We'll see. Scarlet Flower, obviously, we haven't seen them yet today, so maybe they'll pick something different. Both rounds that we saw, they went to... Is it K1? No, it's A1. Mm-hmm. They both went to the very far corner. In qualifying rounds, I think Daki mentioned it as well, a lot of the brawls were over the sort of mid-dip, and it's like, we repush in, and then you repush in, and then we'll all just have a big fight here in the low ground.
We'll have to wait and see if teams switch it up. El Hallouf, a very, very brawl-focused map, but teams do tend to switch it up sometimes. I think we are just mere seconds away from seeing the lineups that both of those teams will bring. Personally, I'm wondering if we will see more surprises, like new tanks being played. I mean, most of the meta tanks have already been picked today. But we might be seeing the next tank coming out here. First of all, though, the Storm lineup. Quadruple BZ75, 1 CS63. We have a 430U and Lucan, once again, playing that RHM.
Yep, meanwhile, Scarlet Flower, they've got double 50B. Are they going to switch that around? Yes, they are. So they're not going to stick with that, but they really want to take a fight with that lineup. 50B, Victor is just going to be there in support, but the lineups aren't really like that different here, but Milo being the key factor, playing the RHM, and he does spot all 7. So how does Storm play off of this info? Because that's what they're going to try and do. They see all 7 tanks. Are they going to adjust how they're going to play? Are they going to change direction based on where they see the enemy going?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Victor there in the 50B getting committed in towards the A1 position. Who is going to be earlier? It's going to be Kitsunk in that CS63. That is going to force Milo to peek. But what would he be peeking into? Well, frankly, a lot. The 50B there with Victor already on the corner. And now Lucan and DJ arrive. Milo tries a shot, does not connect. And Kitsunk is going to get the strike here. This is crucial. He's going to be able to strike all of the enemy team. And I think this is why Storm realized that they have to make a push, but they're pushing into 7 combat tanks. This is not going to help them a lot, as Sir Jacob already down to 600. Make that 30.
Yeah, Storm, even with full info, they still wanted to go straight into that corner fight. They couldn't deny the CS taking the strike because of double 50B, and now they've just got to try and fight their way out of the situation. But Scarlet Flower with such an HP lead, it's already over. Like, there's nothing they can do about it. Milo is trying to win against the CS in the offside, but even if he wins that trade, he's going to go down to low HP as well. They're starting to focus out. DJ Milo has picked up the kill in the RHM, but what can he do now? He can't really get back into the game. DJ is going to fall shortly as a courtesy of a BZ boost. Now he can't quite finish it off there. Vixia is close to low HP in his 50B, but no one's going to be able to pick up that kill as well. As Storm try to scatter, they try to get away and make Crossfire to play for the RHM, but it's just not going to work.
It's just not going to work. Vixia once again reloaded in that 50B, tries to profit a bit from the group heal, and now only Beershot is left in his BZ75, left to his own devices, left to stare at a scoreline that spells match point for Scarlet Flower here, absolutely crushing it in this round number 5. And you gotta question the Storm decision making. They saw what they were getting themselves into. 7 combat tanks. They still decided to go in. They did not get the strike, so all of them had to use their medkits as well. Good round from Scarlet Flower, but I would like to question what Storm was doing.
I don't know if I'm missing something, but I feel the same. It just doesn't, like, why would you pick an RHM and then get info that they're all going corner, and then you're like, okay, we'll just go and fight corner? Like, it doesn't make sense. And they had no plan to stop the CS from Scarlet Flower from taking the strike, and once he takes that strike, he's gonna hit at least 5 people, right? So that's like a whole bunch of damage for free without even having to shoot. So like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know if I'm missing something, but I don't see the point in taking an RHM and then just having the RHM pretend as though he's a CS and then not actually do anything else, really.
Yeah, obviously also with 50B being picked, working out perfectly here for Scarlet Flower, you always have the problem. Basically, you have the same kind of problem with a 50B that you do with, for example, Jagdpanzer or E3. If you kind of think about it, like, either you focus it completely, you need to blow it up before it reloads, but while it reloads, it's not really doing anything, you know? Or, well, you kind of ignore it and just let it reload and accept that he's going to do another 1600 damage to you. So in that sense, it kind of works similar towards those really heavy TDs. But yeah, I mean, Scarlet Flower here demonstrating that they've absolutely done their homework when it comes to A1 brawls, at least in this round number 1. And for Storm, I mean, they do need to step up their game here in this round number 6. Otherwise, it's going to be all over for them. That would be a very, very sad day for them indeed. To be coming from the upper bracket and then 2 defeats and you're out.
Yep, Storm need to bring it back in this one to take it to a tiebreaker. As for the 50B focus, it's not. I don't know. It's necessarily want to focus him out because he's a clipper tank. But when you go around the corner there with all the BZs being kind of the same height and the 50B being just sort of naturally a lower armor target, I think it's just easier to focus him just because pretty much everyone can see him because he's so tall as well. But Storm are going to mix it up a bit, but it looks like they still believe in this RHM strategy. They have changed it up and decided to bring a Foch B instead, and Scarlet Flower are just leading even more into their brawling capabilities, bringing an IS-7 as well, which is going to be great hold down in A1.
We'll have to wait and see. Double CS for Scarlet Flower, and you can also, like, remember, you can also push the IS-7 because of its almost uncapped top speed here with one of those CSs while still sending the other one towards the corner. Lukin, once again, doing his homework. Good job. 7 tanks spotted. Needs to be careful with how he's driving here. Is going to be a little slower because he felt that tree, but he already, he does obviously see the pathing of the enemy tanks. He knows that this strike here is going to be uncontested. Esidarab is going to take the other one instead, and Trash Panda here in that IS-7 does a good first shot on towards the Foch. DJ probably didn't want to lose this amount of HP, but yeah, Esidarab gets the strike. Actually, both strikes taken. We'll have to wait and see where they do get committed. Trash Panda, not the best of peaks.
Trash Panda taking a lot of initial damage, but Yuzek has his rear facing towards, and they're all going to over-peak towards him at the same time. He's going to try and get away and allow his team time to make something work. So Jacob is here to sort of protect him. him, but Jacob is now just going to be the next target focused by the BZs. But it's looking like a quite even brawl going on here. The Foch B is finding it difficult to get impact as well as the RHM in this situation. We've got Scarlet Flower with the high ground, but they're trying to hold the positions. Milo's taking a lot of damage, down to just 200 HP remaining. He's the first gun eliminated in this one. Actually, Katsank is now in trouble, going to be under pressure from Sir Jacob, who's going to try and make a move, but he's in crossfire with the CS as he goes forwards, and they just kind of pass each other and just ignore the brawl. It's completely chaotic here, but Storm are somehow kind of bringing it back and making it work. They've got the HP advantage. There's a BZ ramming into the RHM. It's just complete chaos across the map. Another trade goes on. Shelby picks up another gun. Lucan now driving into Viksha in the CS. It's all these 1v1s all across the map.
Yeah, good HE shot by Viksha into the Rheinmetall, but it's possibly not going to matter as the BZ does pick up the CS63, and all of a sudden only 3 tanks of Scarlet Flower trying to withstand what Storm has remaining, and that is 2 more. Make that 3 as I see that up falls to the grave as well. Shelby unable to move. This enables Lucky and Lucan to finally collapse on towards Katsunk. Big Ram is going to ensure the one-shot as Katsunk whips another one, and Storm, what do they say to the god of death? Not today.
That's right, Storm bring it back and they survive. I think now I understand what the point of the RHM is basically pray that the enemy doesn't go A1. That's it. That seems to be what it is to me, because they can get the strike for free once they've got that, and then they have all full info, and they were completely set up for this overpush from Scarlet Flower. So it's like, if the enemy goes where they want them to go, then it plays completely into their hands. It's more so, what do we do if the enemy goes A1 as well?
Well, once again, a map being split 1-1 in between Scarlet, Flower, and Storm. This obviously leaves a tiebreaker selection in between both of those teams as well. And first of all, damage-wise, I mean, it's no big surprise that the tanks that stay longer in the fight do more damage. I don't think there were any outstanding performances, although I do think that Lucan looked quite good in that Rheinmetall, basically dancing around the enemy tanks, continuously putting in his shots, providing damage as well, but never taking enough hits to be close enough to death that he would be a detriment to his team, at least in this round. And yeah, this leads also to the fact that for the second time today, Storm is in a tiebreaker. The first time, it did not go so well.
No, it did not go their way at all. Although Destiny was very much within their own control. This time, it's going to be on Pilsen. And we haven't seen Pilsen yet today, so maybe we'll have something, some sort of pocket strat that's cooked up by these teams to overwhelm the enemy. But what do you think, Ihan?
Pilsen is always... It's a difficult one, because there is several things, obviously, that you can do. Some of them essentially being hard commits that do kind of net you an advantage from the start of the game. But if the enemy is set up and like expects something, then you can, in your hard commit, get hard countered. And from there on out, just immediately lose the game. So, yeah. It is quite an interesting map. It is one of those maps that tends to not go for 10 minutes most of the time. But we'll have to wait and see. I remember I think it was the first Onslaught season with like the M454s still, where basically you would just try to commit one in towards the like cap in the hangar. Sorry, not cap, towards a strike in the hangar. That has kind of fallen out of fashion, but not completely. You always have the problem of basically people from the outside field then starting to farm you, depending on how the initial spread from the opposing tanks goes. You also have the possibility to go towards the other strike that is essentially at the red line there, bunched in between those high buildings. So that can be a good one, but it can also be a death trap if the enemy like expect this, counters with possibly autoloaders or just more forces into it. If we are going to see E100s today, then most likely Pilsen, I think.
what has developed like in the meta most recently is 705A spam on this map. So the cap strike that you talked about, where you would previously send the M4, I think it's kind of just default that both teams just send a 705A to that cap strike, because then they both deny each other taking it, and then we have some sort of scuffle over the mounds on the east of the map, and it's like, we cat and mouse, do we run away, do we fight? You can plane the balconies with RHMs as well, and then basically keep any snipers perma-spotted, and then it's kind of like, it's not exactly the same, but it's kind of, for me, it feels like Airfield in the same sense, where it's like, if you can't get this immediate overmatch and catch someone out, you're just constantly sort of rejigging your lineup and rotating and poking and just trying to see if you can find any kind of advantage.
I think then again, the way of the meta is that it goes round and round. You mentioned that a lot of 705As recently start to get picked. But then again, there is a way to counter those, right? And that way is called E3 or Jagdpanzer. Because as much armor that as the 705A has, it kind of starts struggling against 375 APCR or, well, the big old 420 heat from the Jagdpanzer. So we'll have to wait and see. I think it will be down. So there is two ways that this round will go, right? Like, either the teams sort of have mirror matchups and it will be down to player skill and like calls, or it will be one team heavily committing to cap and the other team trying to play around it, at which point it's all down towards who gets the better engagements regarding decaps. That should be very important. And also, how much map control does the team get that is trying to play around?
Yeah, I thought you were going to say, like, when you said there's two ways that this round could end, I thought you were going to say one of them, one could win and then the other one could lose. And those are the two possible outcomes. I mean, you could have a draw, but then it's obviously just goes down to tiebreaker rules, damage and stuff.
Technically correct as well. There's two ways that this game will go.
In order to win the game, you need to either capture the enemy base or kill all enemy vehicles. That's pretty good advice.
Correct. So doing damage helps with that. Anyway, though, in between Scarlet and Storm, I mean, the score is 3-3, all even. For you right now, who has been the better team?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, like, they've both had these games where they just throw, and then they've also had these games where they just dominate completely. So, like, I don't really think either team is really coming out in front here. I'd say Storm's strategies, like, you know, they're well coordinated, but like the idea behind their strats is it's quite simple. That's not to like be a criticism. They're doing the simple strats well, but it's the kind of, like, it's the sort of things that you just see in like random Onslaught games, where, like, on Ghost Town, where it's like, oh look, we can push here, let's just go all together and just get an overmatch. Whether that trend continues, I don't know, but I mean, maybe you would favor Storm just based off of I don't know, based off what we've seen so far with them against Cashback. Maybe they're less likely to throw than Scarlet Flower.
We'll have to wait and see. I think both teams here, as you said, have demonstrated that they are capable of dominating. They're also very, very capable of throwing. I mean, as all of our predictions are essentially out the window anyway, I think it is very fair to say that Storm came into this match favored, but at this point we are essentially down towards a 50-50. There is only one certainty, and that is that this round is going to be the last one for one of those teams in the tournament, as it is the tiebreaker in the lower bracket. And I think we're just about to see the lineups here. Both of those teams fighting for tournament survival. For Storm, it's going to be double BZ-75, double Mouse, a single A50M, 1 430U, and the Rheinmetall Panzerwagen.
Double Mouse for both teams, so both of them looking for the HP battering ram. If it's a Scarlet Flower, they're going to try and use that to protect their E50Ms. Storm have got a 430U and an E50M. 430U versus Mouse, if he can get into that close range and start face hugging or side hugging the mouse is just complete mincemeat. Like, there's nothing that they can do about that. So Lackey is a huge threat to the heavy tanks from the side of Scarlet Flower.
Actually, Lucan did not get spotted by Shelby, so only 6 out of 7 tanks, but obviously since the other team got spotted, they do know it must be a light tank. They probably assume it's the Rheinmetall here. Lucan also with a bit more freedom of movement as Morvik taking a huge toll here, minus 1500 for getting towards that strike. That is a hefty price to pay, but now he is going to be able to start capturing that strike.
Ooh.
Also, what's important, Scarlet Flower did start with more HP, just to keep in mind for a possible late game scenario.
Yeah, but look at this key. That's a big commitment to send a 60 TP all the way into 890 line, because he is, like, if the fight happens elsewhere on the map, he's going to be so out of it. But at the moment, Storm don't really look interested in any sort of aggression. Neither team, actually. You see the double mouse from both teams just holding these anchor positions in sort of C3 and H2 respectively. So Scarlet Flower are going to probably, I mean, they're so committed with a 60 TP here, like surely they've got to try and push or something. But Storm, there's a reaction now, they're moving up through the city. I'm assuming that's probably because Trash Panda has been spotted in the 60 TP. But Scarlet Flower, they're super defensive in these positions. Can they hold on while their flank comes in?
We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Storm, they do spot out that 60 TP on H8, as you mentioned, and this is sparking a rotation. They're pulling a lot of tanks towards the 1, 2, and 3 line, where they suspect Scarlet Flower might be kind of weak, and I think they're suspecting correctly. Vikshare taking 1k to the face immediately. DJ is going to take the outward strike in E1 as well. The cap starts going too, and Scarlet Flower, they're scattered all around the complete map here. And info point getting taken by Scarlet Flower here, so that's going to be revealing, well, 2 more tanks to them. All the others were spotted already, but they need to get something going here. They need to put the crossfire on towards the mouses to remove them from the game. So far, a bit successful, but Yuzek now starts pushing on towards Esidarab, and the few forces that Scarlet Flower have here in that western part on the map, seemingly not enough currently to stop the storm that's coming.
Yeah, but Isidarab is going to move all the way back. Preempting this maneuver takes quite a bit of damage for it, but it's okay at the moment. Q-Sprite will not be so lucky as Milo thinks, tasty. Mouse E5 versus E50 with the ability up. I think he actually missed a shot there. Morvik now, that HP that he lost earlier on is going to cost him as he gets pushed on towards, tries to activate rockets, but that does not give him a shield to the flanking E50. And the HP slightly in favor of Storm here, and Q-Sprite is only going to dwindle further. The E50 is just farming him at the moment. Lackey is going to get picked up. As Sank misses the shot, though, that's going to waste a little bit more time, and all these micro errors can cost you in the end. Sank really struggling here as he misses another shot, but Lackey also bounces. Some shaky aim here going on between the pair of them. Sank finally picks up the kill, but it took him so long to get it done, and Storm have that HP lead now.
Storm indeed with the lead of HP. 5 versus 5, the name of the game here. Both of the Rheinmetall still available, with Shelby down towards 1100. That is not good when you move into that late game scenario, flanking RHMs against very little other tanks. Now Shelby taking another hit to the face, down towards 869. That's a possible 2-shot for the RHM HE of Lucan. He does get another plane, and Shelby does get picked up. This means the 5 versus 4 scenario here for Storm in the tiebreaker. Yes, Cap is going, and Lucan driving into a pillar, but that is still 50 seconds that Esidarab needs to basically stay safe from anything.
It's over. I mean, look, they have double the HP, and they have an RHM, which is just so critical for map control and being able to spot your opponent. There is not really anything that Scarlet Flower can do. It's just a matter of time before Storm clean this one up. They're going to try and triple cap, though. There's 13 seconds, but their Storm tanks are close enough to reset, so it's not going to come to anything in this situation.
Exactly, and as Scarlet Flower does get reset, so does their hope of making it any further this tournament. The team with, I think, the most beautiful camo out of all. We're only going to see them for one match. Scarlet Flower do get battered, bruised, and defeated by a team of Storm that made it harder on themselves than they probably needed to. But in the end, what does it matter? The final scoreline is going to be 4-3. The kill on towards Kitsang is going to confirm that one. And Storm, they do manage barely, but they do manage to stay alive. They are going to be continuing tomorrow.
Yep, congratulations to Storm. They move on in the lower bracket, and they will play the winner of the next game in the final lower bracket match. But I think in the end, Storm proved that they just had a little bit more of an edge to Scarlet Flower. They were able to bait with the cap, which forced the mouse. Even though Scarlet Flower, they knew they needed to be in defensive positions because they didn't have the support of their team, but when the cap starts going, like you've got to drive forwards and reset, right? And Storm used that opportunity to pick up some HP lead.
Also, I think like player versus player comparison, I think that Lucan had a lot higher impact in this battle than Shelby did. I mean, not only damage-wise, but also rotation-wise. Also, I would like to highlight that
he critically spotted the 60 TP, right? In the south. That was very important.
I think that was actually the biggest game changer here in between both of those teams in that last round, because whereas Storm was uber aggressive in the rounds that we saw before, here they took kind of a more passive approach and tried to play with info, and I think they made all the correct decisions. Like as soon as they spotted that 160 TP in like H8, I believe it was, they're like, hey, wait a second. One of the super heavy tanks from the enemy team is entirely out of game. Like, there must be some way how we can capitalize on that. And that was the rotation in towards 1-2-3 line, taking the strike on the outside, and then basically just rolling over the mouses. Like, yeah, those are big, meaty, spongy tanks, but they can only survive for so long. And at that point, I think on a tactical level, at least, Scarlet Flower was beaten. So this now means that Storm is going to stay alive. They're moving in towards the lower bracket semifinal, which is the second match of tomorrow. The first one obviously being the upper bracket final. And on the other side, we have one more match remaining for today. It's going to be Hit and Run against Spell. What's your insight there?
Well, Hit and Run should be the favorites for that, but, you know, Spell, they've got some stuff to show, and maybe they can put in a shock here. Hit and Run really actually, thinking back to it, I almost forgot, they've really got to bounce back from the kind of horror show of the upper bracket match against Mafia. I mean, they won the first 2 rounds on Glacial, and then they just completely collapsed. They got completely outplayed. They just made pushes that just did not work, and Mafia really bested them in that one.
And the thing is also, those 2 rounds on Glacial, right? They were not easy rounds to win. They were not like easily
they were really hard fought tactical games. Yeah.
But anyway, I think that is quite enough from the 2 of us for the time being. I think the last match of today, I'll be back with a Ducky to cover that one for you. So for today, thank you very much, Moff, already. But I think that's quite enough jabber from the 2 of us for the time being. Let's hop over to some replays. Well, hello there and welcome back for what is going to be the final match of today and also the final match in the tournament for one of the two teams that we're going to see as we are in the lower bracket. Hit and Run against Spell. Darky, what are your thoughts?
I think Hit and Run had a lot to think about against their match against Mafia. I somehow doubt we're going to be seeing Ensk appear here after the way they got schooled on that map by Mafia. They started off so strong, but then they really just got outplayed by Mafia. It wasn't even pretty.
Yeah, it was not a pretty, but maybe it was something to draw motivation from, as we do see that trusty lineup that has seen some changes up until now. I think we touched upon it earlier today when it comes to going into the Onslaught Legends series. By the way, prize pool update, almost 28k, and I think in like 5 to 10 minutes it should update again. But yeah, there are no friends when you're trying to go somewhere as there and also towards the WCI in China in November. Now, the team of Spell, we haven't seen them so far, at least in this tournament here on the playoff streams, but they themselves are no slouches. Now, can they hold up against Hit and Run? Can they hold their own is the question.
Can they hold their own? Big question. I mean, the Spell team is not one to be underestimated either. A lot of well-known names there, mainly Gunai players. Richek in there as well. The experience at this point, as we're not getting any younger, Ricky and.
Unfortunately, no. But then again, here are the pick and ban. So Hallouf and Secret Line not going to be played in this match. Cliff going to be the first one, then Airfield going to be the second one. That should be an interesting one in between both of those two. Ensk, Glacial, and Ghost Town removed, leaving Pilsen as the third pick. Studzianki then taken out to leave Westfield as the possible tiebreaker.
Not a bad set of maps. Starting off with something really fast-paced, then something that could be a lot slower. No Ensk, shocker. Didn't see that one coming.
I mean, yeah, Hit and Run did not really look their best, I think, in their matches. Or in their match on Ensk. That being said, though, Cliff is going to start off the match here. Predictions coming in, both Moff and I, with the 4-2 for Hit and Run. You are saying it's going to be a brutal slaughter of 4-1.
Yeah, I know. I believe in Hit and Run. I think they prepared well for this. They're even using new stuff, which is cool. It didn't work out for them against Mafia. But that is also down to Mafia just being an incredible team. As we could see in the match that they played, they had no issues to deal with what Hit and Run was bringing, even if it was new on Airfield. Good reactions, good rotations. I think the Spell team, they're already in the lower bracket. There's a reason for that they are in the lower bracket, right? And I think that's why I'm heavily favored towards Hit and Run.
Now, Hit and Run coming in with something that almost resembles a 77 attack defense lineup. Triple BZ75, a singular CS, double TVP, and the Rheinmetall.
Yeah, Spell on the other hand, triple BZ, an IS7, a 277, a CS63, and an RHM. For Hit and Run, it's very important to utilize those TVPs in a fashion that is good for them, because TVP is a tank that can struggle against this heavy lineup of Spell. With all those heavies available, it's not the easiest for those TVPs to put work in.
Most certainly not. Now, we do see the initial spread coming out for either team, so Hit and Run are going to mostly orient themselves towards the 1 and 2 line, sending 4 tanks. I think 1 is turning around, make that 3 in towards the middle, and now Twist is not going to be having a fun time. The double TVP coming in. He takes only 1 shot, but immediate ammo rack here from T-Sec, and now another shot coming in from the Rheinmetall, dropping down towards 1200, getting set on fire as well. Insult to injury, the red engine, meaning he can't even drive away anymore as he had to repair the ammo rack. And now the 277 and the I7 on the lower side getting planed as well, but Pants Fury not connecting.
Pants Fury needs to be careful. He's the only linchpin in this lineup right now. The TVPs did work out for the side of a Hit and Run. I mean, free clip on the CS. Twist is down towards 467 HP. They now have the middle of the map as well, and the beauty of the north side of Cliff is that the cap is very, very playable. You can see Spell now reacting by trying to push back across the open. Stone, Alex, and Crystal trying to get back in towards the middle of the map, but this is no man's land. This is just getting shot for free. They do reach the cap, but what are they really going to achieve from this? They might try to take the hill, but they can't. They might try to play the ramp, but sadly the ramp does not stop the potential of getting capped, and as a result, now you can see Hit and Run pushing through, actually, who are down on HP mysteriously because they see Rishik and Adamek coming from the other corner. They're trying to kill these BZs, but is this too much to ask for Hit and Run to achieve this? Because these BZs are so very, very healthy, and who's not very healthy is Tisek, and he's down and out.
Tisek, the first one to bite the dust here, as Hit and Run, who looked like they had something in the bag, get the No You flipped on towards them. 2 kills in quick succession for the team of Spell, who now are even in HP. Rexar is a potential one-shot, needs to be very careful. Adamek getting focused out in that IS-7 in the middle of the map. The Crystal down towards one-shot as well. Hit and Run, they need to secure those crucial one-shots here. Adamek the same, but they can't, as Minairos falls to the grave in his BZ as well. And Hit and Run, yes, they're still even in HP, but the tanks, they spell the name of the game, and that is defeat for Hit and Run in round number 1.
Not sure how this happens for Hit and Run. I mean, they had the cap, they had potential to take the hill as well, which they didn't use. When that repush came, the CS could have taken the top of the hill. The HM was going behind. I think this is just a bad reaction from Hit and Run. They had every position. Those BZs pushing across, they didn't really do much, Kihan. They didn't really achieve anything, in my opinion. They were, like I said, in position to take the CS on the hill. When the repush from the F line comes in, he might take 1 or 2 shots, but he would have the top, the RHMs behind, and then you have this Spell lineup that has issues with repushing into Crossfire. Now, they were just able to put the Crossfire on themselves.
Yeah, exactly. That overpush by Hit and Run in the middle of the map and also over the ramp, it really looked like they were gaining something there, but it turns out that those BZs are just too meaty. Also, I think the TVPs weren't properly able to get in their second clips into those BZs as well, as Mentus bites the dust. Cap gets completed as well, and Spell, the underdogs, take a quick round number 1.
Yeah, in a fashion that I don't think would be happening here. Hit and Run, again, more struggling with the correct reaction. Needed to realize that sometimes doing nothing, I think, is better than trying. It looks, in 7v7 attack defense, they would be able to run over those BCs really quickly because of less HP people, but in this, when you have 3 times 3,000 plus HP you have to go through, it's just not quick enough. And for Spell, they should consider themselves very, very lucky to get away with this game, because losing basically a tank for free in Twist, who was actually in this scenario able to contribute because he was on the 1-2 line. So when they were pushing out mid, he was getting free shots. It's a nice way to make a tank with no HP actually useful.
Exactly. Also, I think Twist got a crucial strike that, like in the donut, that then he was able to put on towards the middle. So even by that, he was just contributing, even though he wasn't even like participating heavily in the shootout. But yeah, Spell, after watching 3 matches now themselves come into this one and say, hey, we are here to stay as well. Hit and Run, who are you?
I mean, for them, it's great picking up this first round here. Coming in, haven't played yet, Hit and Run. Probably a bit annoyed with themselves as well. I think I would be annoyed when you look back at this game and you realize everything you did wrong immediately after.
Yeah. I think a big part of the problem for Hit and Run here was that they weren't properly like utilizing their medium tanks. I realize it's pretty hard to do, especially like over pushing in the middle, because you open yourselves up to a lot of crossfire, but they weren't using their own BZs as the battering rams to take like the first initial volleys of shots. Instead, it was like the CSs and the TVPs also from Hit and Run taking those shots, one of them immediately dying then in the middle. So all in all, I think there was potential for Hit and Run to take this round, but Spell just with stellar reactions. And now we'll see if Hit and Run, past tournament champions in a lot of different events, are able to get something going for themselves here, or whether this is the beginning of the end.
Well, it's still early in the match. Spell, HM, no surprise. Yes, 277, IS7, Triple Busy seems to be their standard lineup.
And for Hit and Run, we do see that they ditch the TVPs now. Triple BZ75, 1CS63, double 50M, and Rheinmetall as well.
This time around, Hit and Run has maybe slightly better brawling lineup because of those E50s. If they can put the DPM in, they can make this work. It's the same story as cliff number 1 though. They need to be able to use the BZs first.
We'll wait and see. For both teams, it's going to be 6 tanks towards middle, 1 tank towards 1-2. However, the difference being that Hit and Run is starting to split off one of the E50Ms as well. Slight mind games going on as Miku in that Rheinmetall is going to respot a lot of tanks that are driving towards the middle. Does not take any damage for it yet. Opts out of crossing the second opening on the ramp here as Monster with that CS has the superior brawling ability. Monster now starting to go on towards the hill. Only takes 1 shot. That is acceptable.
Yeah, it's very acceptable. Mental takes the strike for free in the meantime. No punish on Crystal going to the hill though, which is not that great for the side of Hit and Run. They're now sending Getsai up. They're also going to be sending Rexar up because, well, 1 tank is not enough. Good ignite there onto Crystal. We can see crew skills coming in clutch, not taking too much from that. More BZs going up the hill. It's the rotation versus rotation. But so far, I'd say Hit and Run has the better in this game. They have 4 tanks on the hill versus just 3 of Spell. Big Strike as well. They'll probably get that in return also. So I would say for now, Hit and Run, establishing this position, slightly better for them. But they're going to take a big strike at some point.
They are going to take a big strike at some point, and that point is now in time as T-Sec pops the funny button to be farming onto Adamek, who has lost his driver. Does not connect that shot, however, and Adamek forced with a decision. Do I keep going or do I help the one at Donut? Meanwhile, though, Hit and Run with the overpush on the hill here. Stone down towards 1 shot. Needs to be careful. Rexar pressing X marks the spot, starts to drive over, wants to get a kill here. Humpity Dumpity in towards Alex on top of him.
That's not a bad play at all. Makes him a 1-shot now. Turns his third. Can he find the kill as well? Can he connect the shot at least? It's going to be Mineros from the back line to actually get it as he goes over. Now Crystal, the only one left in this position for the side of Hit and Run, shielding Rexar as well. Monster tries to get a few shots. They don't know that Crystal's currently ammo-racked. Of course, Rishek picking up Panzer Fury. I think Adamek is probably going to lose this against T-Sec. Although T-Sec is not in the greatest scenario either. He's a 2-shot. Adamek is also a 2-shot now. I think Adamek might just about have it, or it's just going to be really close where both players cannot really kill the other. T-Sec versus Adamek! No, Adamek barely out-reloads him. Just barely.
Just barely. Now another 1v1 erupting in the middle of the map on the ramp. Cat's Eye against Rishek, but I don't think the BZ75 DPM is going to be enough. This is why Monster now starting to come down from the hill, puts another one in towards the back. Rishek, he does pick up the BZ of Cat's Eye, but in comes Minaros with a low roll. Monster there to pick it up. Another strike to make both of them low. The second strike, the nuke coming in to secure the kill on towards Minaros.
And this is a disaster for Hit and Run. Really good repushes from Spell. We didn't see it. IS-7 was pushing 1-2, but at the same time the CS crossed over and pushed the RHM away, and then Panzer Fury kind of isolated in the middle after as well. Good rotations there from Spell all over the place this round. Much better for them than the last. But yeah, the result is they're going to be 2-0 after Cliff, man.
2-0 after Cliff. The favorites in towards this match getting almost schooled here. Rexar struggling to find the gun depression, I think, and Adamek killing Monster here, removing the team captain as Miku is able to pick up Rexar, making the scoreline indeed 2 for Spell and nothing for Hit and Run.
Well, not looking good after Cliff, but we saw Mafia do a reverse sweep as well. There's no reason why Hit and Run couldn't do it. But yeah, really good place from Spell. They realized that they were going to lose the hill, so they decided to react upon it because they were going to lose that fight one way or another. So you got to do somewhere else across the map, and those strikes that they picked up the whole time was all pretty good for them as well. Overall, really good stuff.
Spell demonstrating why they are in this tournament here. And so far, we have yet to see from Hit and Run the same thing. 2-0 the scoreline, and to be honest, in both of those rounds, it felt at some point like Hit and Run was pulling ahead, but then all of a sudden, Spell, just with the better reactions, better focus fire, able to single out targets, also winning the crucial 1v1s. I mean, shout out to Adamek in this case. And yeah, even Miku getting 4,000 on the board. Not a bad result for the RHM player either.
Yeah. It's not that bad. Initially, I thought again that Hit and Run was ahead.
Same thing for me, but now Cliff, which was actually Hit and Run's first pick, completely turning into their face, losing both rounds on it, and now we're going to be moving to Airfield. However, a map that plays quite a bit differently than Cliff, and maybe for Hit and Run, fortunately so.
Fortunately so. They need the first round here to get back into the groove of things, to get playing again. They really need to start it off by picking up this first round, because 3-0, I don't see it. I don't see the recovery past that.
No, and normally, like, Hit and Run or Indel or whatever you want to call them would be a team that I trust with coming back from something like that. But the way that Hit and Run have presented themselves today, if they go down 3-0, I also wouldn't be a believer, like, at all. We are not there yet. However, this was only one map. We have seen maps going completely one team's way and then the next map going the other team's way. So if you're holding it with Hit and Run, you need to hope that this is going to be the case. Now, Spell, however, they will want to put themselves on match point in this round here. They are coming in with a singular 60 TP, 1 BZ75, 1 Mouse, 1 5A, actually. We haven't seen that one yet. CS63, Grille, and Rheinmetall.
Hit and Run, Maritime, Jagdpanzer, CS, Mouse, 666 TP. Yeah, Alex really likes that 5A. He's been playing it a whole Onslaught season. You would know, Kihan, if you weren't on vacation 24/7.
What do you mean? That is an unproven accusation.
Where were you last week?
On vacation.
Exactly.
All right, as we do see here, Mentos in his Rheinmetall immediately taking one by Miku. Good shot from him. Interestingly enough, no team choosing to immediately commit a Rheinmetall towards a B56 information point. So that one, uncharacteristically, I would say, for Airfield is going to stay, well, not uncontested, but no one's going to be close to it.
Yeah, I think the CS from Hit and Run realized, you know, Jagdpanzer, Grille, BC, RHM, it might be a little bit too much. Rishak Tisek gonna juke it out in the middle. Hit and Run currently closer to the North Strike though. Could take it if they want to.
We'll have to see, as a base does get tapped here by the team of Hit and Run, who are currently the only ones to have taken damage. This also means that Hit and Run did start with more HP. But we'll have to wait and see. Alex with that 5A on the balcony. Pansfury taking one shot here for going on towards the cap. And that normally is a position where you can get easily repushed. But Hit and Run do have a lot of information about the enemy whereabouts. And they just see that basically, hey, there is nothing that can really repush. So that strike is ours for the taking.
Yeah, that was pretty free. I mean, the lineup of Spell doesn't really repush that well either. With the Gorilla. We saw Hit and Run try it from that side, also with a Gorilla. And I remember how that went.
Not too well. Now Rexa, eyeing himself a bit of a position that's closer to the information point, is going to spot out Stone in that mouse. He is going to try and keep him perma-spotted, does not do any attempts at like double bush shooting here as well. Rishek, takes a swing at T-Sec, but misses. And now the question remains, how do both of those teams approach the remainder of this match? The Gorilla obviously in the back there, always in danger of getting planed by Mentos, who probably has a pretty good idea of where Adamek is most likely positioned. And now Stone starting to drive in with his own mouse here as Pansfury gets spotted out.
Miko used this plane, so he doesn't have it available anymore. He used it on Rexar. Good peek from Crystal on towards Panzerfury. Rexar still spotted on, needs to be careful. Stone trying to peek this as well, but there is a Jagdpanzer behind us. Monster is peeking. Can he get the shot? No, just hits the track in return though. Adamek not missing the shot. 800 on towards Monster, but overall the trade pretty even, if not still better for Hit and Run.
Yeah, exactly. They did take damage on one of the super heavies, and Monster in that Jagdpanzer E100 also taking a big one by the Gorilla, but he's not going to be able to profit from it because there is nothing to continuously shoot at. Pan's Fury now going to take the strike for the second time of this round here. And as the dust settles, Spell down in HP here. Once again, we'll see if Adamek is going to be able to connect this one blindly. He chooses not to shoot instead because he probably doesn't want to get blinded after it. But we can see how safe the Griller actually has to play. Like, if he gets spotted and planed there, he won't even notice until it's too late. And then basically the Jagdpanzer slaps him for 1k, maybe even the 60 TP. So yeah, Twist though on the other side of the map getting found here, taking one to the face in his CS63 as well.
So far, it's looking like Hit and Run have good control, and they don't really need to do much because they have strike control. They have control over one strike. They are able to generate some HP lead because of that as well. And you can see Spell trying to react. Yeah, they're trying to react by pushing some angles, but usually that comes with losing HP as well. Adamek now back in the base. The moment this Gorilla shoots or spotted will be free game for Hit and Run. I mean, still generating some more HP lead, and I don't think that's really something that can push for Spell this south side.
No, I think Hit and Run are set up very, very well. They're making Spell bleed right now for the rotations that they are doing. Stone, he cannot drive forward here, obviously. And once again, the strike does get taken. And as of right now, Spell do not have an answer for the setup that Hit and Run is employing here. And time is a-ticking. Right now, I do believe that Hit and Run have done more damage.
Well, they definitely have. Most definitely have, which is why you see Spell now rotate again, trying to find anything to do, but there really isn't much for them. Hit and Run have good control of the map. I think this comes down to allowing Hit and Run to take that strike. I don't think you can do that.
Rishek here with a good blind attempt, falls a little bit short of the 60 TP on the balcony. Now Miku starting to feel out the waters here in the south with that Rheinmetall. I think Rishek, he was starting to get sent through the J&K line, but then Spell was realizing that, hey, we can't really split off one of our super heavies to be like completely out of the game. And now Twist with that CS is going to start a rotation as well. They have to hope that they're catching someone off a guard here. But as it stands right now, the Hit and Run tanks, they're very, very close to each other, and most of them are also in positions where they can easily support one another. So, yeah, Spell, they do have a mountain to climb, and I think they're attempting their journey now here, especially on the J line.
Yeah, they might try to pin through the 60 TP of T-Sec, but he's very, very passive. He's going off Crystal, going under. Neros is going to try and cover this, but he can't really. Another strike on Alex, takes damage for this. Not that great. Now big shot on Crystal, two actually, one from T-Sec, one from Mentos. Here comes the CS and the HM, but I don't know if these two are actually going to be able to do much against T-Sec. He could just push forward into the BZ again or go safe.
Yeah, exactly. And the plane that Mentos put is going to ensure that Twist and Miku stay spotted for quite some time longer. Twist down towards 1200. Mentos is now going to be waiting with open arms for the RHM of Miku. Puts in a good HE as well, but he's going to be calling for support momentarily, as now the Spell tanks have arrived near T-Sec. But what is it doing for them? Well, not a lot. Rishek already down towards one shot here even. And the tank they're collapsing on still very, very healthy. The reinforcements for Mentos about to arrive. Another CS has joined the fray here, and T-Sec, he can just take this 1v2 at this point. He has another tank on the balcony on the Overlook to support him.
Yeah, but he misses a shot on Recheck, which is a bit annoying, but overall everywhere else on the map it is Hit and Run, just shutting down this Spell play. That is awesome for them and terrible for Spell, but they really, really, really need this first round to stay in there.
They really need it, and right now it looks like they are very much going to get it. The 5A of Alex bites the dust as well, and still Hit and Run standing tough and standing strong with 7 tanks alive here. Rexa is going to flank the Crystal in his BZ75, who's eyeing himself a bit of T-Sec there. Maybe he'll be able to get 1 kill, but Monster shuts down Stone as well, and now the Crystal finally gets a kill on the board, but it's not going to change the fact that Hit and Run have finally arrived in the lower bracket and gotten a point.
Yeah, playing with this Gorilla and heavily countering Beeline is really cool and all, but you can also see that the Gorilla is just a zero impact tank if it doesn't get a team pushing into it. And in this game,
there was zero reason to push for hit and run.
No, because they let them take the strike for free. I mean, for free is a big word. They give one shot, but the strike just generates damage over time, and that's enough.
Exactly, and this now means Hit and Run got exactly what they needed here. Being up against a match point with 0 points so far would have been a terrifying prospect for them. Now, however, they have started to, basically recover from what was a pretty brutal cliff, because I think there were some openings for them as well, but Spell just proving superior on that map. Now, with a slower playstyle, with the positional and trench fighting that we just saw on Airfield, Hit and Run demonstrating that they do have a lot when it comes to player experience, maturity as well, in between all of them. Good communication, once again, team cohesion, but we need to see so much more of it.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see Hit and Run. I don't know, they might pick the Gorilla again, but they just saw how hard it is to play with that tank and play around it and actually try and generate something with it. So I don't know if they're going to be like, oh, let's pick our own Gorilla.
I mean, they just showed very well how you can essentially play around and play against the Gorilla. So I think they're very well aware of the strengths and also weaknesses of the tank. I really did like the pick of Monster with that Jagdpanzer as well, like especially on Airfield. I feel like it's obviously super annoying tank to push into, because we mentioned multiple times already today, like you need to either immediately delete it or you need to ignore it, which is kind of hard when it pumps like 1k into you every 20 seconds. But also the matter of the fact that the Jagdpanzer is actually one of those TDs that can contribute in a push, because the base of the tank is still super heavy, the E100.
Kind of curious what Hit and Run's going to pick now from their side, because I think they almost picked exactly the same lineup as Spell did, which is what they just lost with.
We'll have to wait and see, but I think we are not long from the setups for round number 4 here in the lower bracket of the OLC number 2. Spell coming into this one, once again trying to get to match point. Double BZ75, a singular mouse, double CS63, Bluskavica being picked, and the Rheinmetall.
Hit and Run on the other hand, no Gorilla, triple 60, mouse, CS, Jagdpanzer, RHM. That is a really light lineup from Spell. Like, really light.
Also, I wonder how Spell would defend, like, for example, against mouse towards cap and then double T57 or like 430U behind it, because I don't think they really have the lineup to counter something like this. But Hit and Run, they do have a different plan than this. Both of the RHM players doing their homework, all 14 tanks spotted once again at the start of the game. We'll have to wait and see if the players actually do commit towards the B5-6 strike here. Mentos does spot out Twist, 2 shots connecting, not more though, and Mentos even getting punished for it.
Not that much connecting as you would think. The CS now taking the balcony, kind of like we saw Hit and Run do as well. Taking that upper position away almost instantly. The BZ's just pushing past. I thought they might take the strike, but no, they're just going for the crossfire. Crystal will have to play a very good game of all the tanks. He seems to be getting shot from a few angles already. Has to go kind of lower because Tisek is annoying. Mentos is trying to figure out the angles as well. Miku will now play against Tisek to make his life a little bit harder. And the cap has started, but can Spell actually hold any repush?
That is the big question. They do have the more nimble lineup as Stone now finds Pan's Fury, both of them exchanging shots, but obviously the superior alpha of the 60 TP is going to help him quite a bit. That's probably why Alex is starting to cross over as well to make it a 2v1. Spell now taking the information tower in the B5-6 area. That's going to reveal all the information that they could need. Pan's Fury now in the 1v2. Are both shots going to connect? The answer is yes. This is why Rexa now has to put Crossfire as well into Alex here, as Spell still on the cap, but trailing in HP because the crystal in that CS63 has bled a lot.
Mentos is just finding angle after angle on him together with other people, and puts Crystal in such a bad spot. I think he could have gone where he is now a long time ago, and he would have stayed alive with more HP. But not sure why he did that. Now Stone and Alex trying to make a play, but Ketsa coming to repush, Minero's coming to repush, Stone down. Alex now realizes, well, not optimal, has to run away, but Rex are finding Crystal, Rishek pulling back into the cap. It's another one of those attempts, Keyhand, and it seems like it was definitely trained, but it's just so very light.
It is indeed a very, very light, but it did not look nimble, especially in the close-range engagements. Yes, the Bluskavitsa of Adamek is still there, and Miku just took another airstrike. That could be a big one. Tsek, meanwhile, is trying to 1v1 Rishek here in his mouse, but Rishek obviously with the DPM advantage. And the thing is, the 60 TP kind of low pen, but he does make it work. Big hit into Rishek. That even sounded like Jagdpanzer Alpha. Now Miku coming to change Tsek here, who has singled out.
Yeah, Tsek singled out, but he's going to have Mentos in support any second now. And Miku taking immediately one shot from Ketsai, getting round by Mentos. Now Rishek surrounded from two angles. It looked, you know, like it was an easy fight against Tsek, but nothing less was true. Teammates were coming in support from every angle. And Adamek trying to do what he can with his Polish Tank Destroyer, but it's not going to be enough. And that was another very hard round for Hit and Run, I'd say.
No, definitely not. Also managing to still keep Mentos alive on a slither of HP, but I don't think there's any tanks except Twist, well, that could put a strike on him, but he's probably not going to be able to do that anymore, being sent there to the info tower at the start of the game. Now, the only remainder of the spell tanks here does get another pickup onto Mentos, but is just going to be cosmetics for the final result of the game. Cap does get started here. He is going to try to take the info tower once again, but little is it going to matter, and nothing is it going to change about the final result of this round here. Ooh, big peek from him, but yeah, there is just too many piranhas in the waters of Airfield, and he's going to bite the dust.
This a good round for Hit and Run, and again, it seems like a lot of people from the side that Spellis was playing and tried this balcony play, but without cap pressure, I think it's worse than what Hit and Run was doing. At least Hit and Run had like triple cap really quickly, try and force the issue. Now you had that balcony with the CS, and he just kind of died to the RHM.
Yep, and this now means that the team of Spell that started very, very well into this round, all of a sudden, momentum once again has changed. Hit and Run were able to completely take and tear apart whatever Spell was trying to do here on Airfield, just on a tactical level, absolutely superior. And yeah, I mean, you could clearly see that Spell were attempting something, but it just wasn't working out.
I mean, I like that they're trying, but it's just really hard to pull something like that off. Playing with a light lineup against something very heavy, you really have to make sure that all your positions are solid and that they're generating something, and they weren't quite doing that.
Yeah, the fact as well that the CS that was being sent to the balcony, that it wasn't able to like stay completely safe. I mean, he got finished off with a strike. That can obviously happen, but the matter of the fact is that he should never drop so low. Like, I do agree with what you said during the game itself, that he should have gone to the corner more like sooner. Yeah, yes, obviously that makes him very strikeable, but if you start with like 2.5k HP, that's going to be a lot of strikes to remove you from the game. Now, however, Cliff and Airfield both have been played, both going 2-0 for the team that did not pick it. Map number 3. What are we expecting from that one?
I don't know. It's like the same story as Mafia versus Hit and Run. You know, they looked really good in the first map, and then really, I mean, Hit and Run looked really good on the first map, and then really bad on the second. Kind of have like a deja vu feeling.
Now, Who is going to wake up from this deja vu and find that he was in a nightmare instead is the question. Is it going to be Spell or is it going to be Hit and Run? As we do see the lineups here for game number 5. And a tank we haven't seen today yet here. The E5 making its first appearance. Double 60DP, Fosh B, double 268V4, and Rheinmetall.
Let's see how that works out. Spell, double 60, Mouse, E50, 430, Fosh, and RHM. I mean, I like the E5, I just don't really know its purpose in Onslaught, because, well, its ability is not very good.
Then again, the ability not being good changes nothing about the fact that the gun is absolutely amazing. The platform also quite workable. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but since the nerf of the S-Conk, I think, yeah, the E5 is probably the only one of those, like, 400 alpha heavy tanks that's really viable, or almost viable, maybe, in Onslaught. We'll have to wait and see. First of all, the splits, though, suggesting immediate action close towards the cap, as both teams are committing a lot of tanks there. Minairos in that E5 is going to get sent in towards the middle of the factory. He's going to be able to take the strike, I would think. And 60TP and 268V4 for Hit and Run are going to be on the cap here. Mentos playing a bit of an aggressive game of scouting here. Does find the E50M, respects the fact that he needs to stay back.
You see where Tizak is? There's a little bit of a hold down that he's playing behind. It's pretty annoying to play against because, well, like I said, it's a bit of a hold down. Panzer Fury will give a shot to Crystal. Gets a little bit of information. They're not really aware of the Fosh B right now. Hit and Run kind of split across. Panzer Fury does now seem to realize the danger that he's in. Rexer watching behind, 7 seconds. Alex will be there on time to block. Adamek using his ability to get across the gap. Doesn't want to get caught out, but he's not even spotted. And now they will know that there is 4 tanks in this area. 1 on the cap, 2 spotted, and 1 on the strike. So for Hit and Run, it's go time on the field.
For Hit and Run, indeed needs to be go time, but they're pushing into an E50M, so a DPM machine that's even being covered by the Rheinmetall from the back as well. We see Monster in that Fosh so far not really able to clip out, has to commit in, will expose his side towards the Rheinmetall, starts to pop his ability, misses a shot, very uncharacteristic for Monster. The very experienced player from Poland, he would have had enough shells, I think, for Rishek. Now, however, the question remains. He only has 1 more, but a shot by one of his allies saves him.
Yeah, Mentos coming in with the light helps him out, and now Spell falling to pieces. Rishek dead. Twist already died somewhere, by the way, in that 4 to the U. We didn't even mention that. I think he died in G5, G6 on that corner there. And for Hit and Run, just easy peasy lemon squeezy, boys. Picking up 1, picking up 2, now finding Stone as well, and Spell looks really confused to what this lineup of Hit and Run really wanted to do. They really thought City Push had to be hit. I mean, double V4, Fosh B, not really good for anything else, but Hit and Run proving them that you can do some funky stuff with it. Are able to get that quick cap going, then repush the field because Spell rotates too many tanks to the cities. Good. These are not orthodox lineups. Quite often can confuse some teams about what is actually going to happen.
Exactly, and Monster here once again seemingly having reloaded with a Mentus as well to the rescue once again, and now only the Crystal remaining here for the team of Spell. That did look very, very good on map number 1, but since then it's all been Hit and Run.
Deja vu, man. Actual deja vu. That's how I'm looking at this.
You know what we were talking about?
Even the production already knows what's going to happen in the next round. They're aware. It's all scripted.
The script was leaked. The script was leaked. But yeah, no, like after 2 rounds, we were talking about, hey, Spell might get match point. This might be really, really bad for Hit and Run. And oh boy, that certainly did not turn out the way it was expected for them now. 3-2 the scoreline, and Hit and Run finally proving why they were the ones starting in the upper bracket.
Not over just yet, but yeah, the last 3 rounds for them were pretty chill, Kian.
Yeah. I mean, I think Airfield, they just demonstrated how methodical they can play, like also position-wise. That was very impressive. Like the discipline on all of the players to just, you know, hold when you're winning, no need to move, just let the enemies make more mistakes. And I think here in the last round that we just saw, it was just a case of hitting the enemy with something completely unexpected and them just not knowing how to deal with the strategy that was just being thrown at them. I mean, 3 tanks for Spell were just below 1k damage, which in Onslaught is absolutely horrendous just because of the higher HP pools of your team.
My teammates in Onslaught can quite often have below 1k, including myself.
But that is probably because you were trying to make a game-winning play, like high impact.
Nope.
No?
Drove out and died. It happens again.
Sometimes it is what it is.
Famous quote.
Sometimes
bad timing can be bad.
But sometimes bad timing can also be good. Now, however, would be a good timing for Spell to put another point on the board. Because if that doesn't happen in the next round, then the winner of this matchup is going to be decided right there, and it's not going to be them. Instead, it is going to be the boys of Hit and Run that do want to have a deeper run in this tournament than just, having 2 defeats after one another and then just, being knocked out. Let's take a look at the lineups first of all, though. Spell coming in.
I'm just watching if the tanks are gonna change gear. Let's give it 5 seconds, okay?
Well, Spell double 60 TP. I don't think that's going to change. Mouse CS63 430U 1v4 and Rheinmetall.
I'm waiting. They're baiting. They're not baiting. RHM 4v4s and double BZ. Well.
I think they all found that button on their keyboard that's above like the S key, and they're going to press that one for like the remainder of the game.
Yeah, they found their W key because W got left behind in play it.
So Hit and Run immediately sending forces towards the cap here.
Not that bad
3 of
for
them. I mean, triple cap is pretty good. Jasiek with a 430U can't really peek that well either. Ooh, Pan's Fury taking 1200 though. Damage starting to mount, and that angle is very, very annoying for the Hit and Run tanks to play against.
Yeah, Miku doesn't really have spots right now, though. He needs to be careful. The RHM could be rotating of Mentos. 12 seconds left now. Rishek is taking the strike, but that is not on time. They're going for Alex, actually. You gotta be careful, though. There's no real need for this right now. They need to split up and not actually push because they can't make that one work. What they also need is Mentos to go and eat us, delete us, Mr. Miku on the field, because Miku is too focused anymore right now on shooting and not focused enough on spotting. Rexar takes a big double, though, but it will retaliate because of the reload reduction. Doesn't actually connect that. Tisek now peeking out. Miku gets found, and this is the issue, Kihan. Miku was overconfident, IMO, on this field area, and you know how bad it is to lose the light tank.
Losing the light tank is all but a death sentence if the battle goes longer than like 5 minutes in Onslaught. Now Monster starting to edge his way on towards Rishek. The problem is, I think he has to like watch the other way because, well, there were 2 tanks shooting at him from that angle. But yeah, Monster giving one to Rishek, taking another one in return. Reload reduction coming into effect. Rishek cannot peek this anymore. But Monster in turn cannot cross back here over as Cat's Eye and Pan's Fury once again W key for both of them. They need to force Crystal off the angle here to enable Monster to play freely against the CS63, but that one needs to be careful not to get double tracked. Cat's Eye taking a lot of damage here. He's going to be reloaded immediately, but Adamek and Jasiek actually 1-2 combination, both get taken out.
Hit and Run using Confusion on Spell right now. We would say that they're spelling them, but it's not looking good for Spell. 5 tanks left standing. It all started with that RHM being overconfident on the field, getting punished really, really heavily, and then afterwards Adamek in his V4 really made a bad play in the city, pushed across, lost all of HP. Getsai finds Rishek before he dies to stone though, and these V4s are really just hammering down on Spell. They really seem lost currently to what could be happening, and even with them going so heavy in the city, Hit and Run took the cap. Once the strikes started getting taken, they just left it altogether, and they still have to close it out, of course. But right now, they are looking in prime position. And I really think that Spell is confused by this unorthodox lineups that they haven't trained against, that they haven't seen, aren't sure how to react, aren't sure what to do. And I can understand it. I mean, playing against this amount of V4s, it must be incredibly annoying for a team, because if you can't focus them, Kihan, they're always just trading at least evenly.
At least evenly here. What's not going to be even is the scoreline, however. Hit and Run going down 0-2, but then repeat what was done to them in the upper bracket. Are coming back with 4 consecutive rounds in a row. Are going to stay alive in the Onslaught Legends Cup number 2. Spell going to be eliminated. So we are going to be left with 4 teams in this tournament that for sure must be the best teams, because it was also the 4 teams that started in the upper bracket.
Yeah. We're back to that. There was potential here for Spell, but kind of gave it away themselves on airfields. And the last 2 rounds, I think they were really confused what's happening.
Yeah, the quadruple E4 working out for Hit and Run, and that was indeed a sight to behold. Unfortunately for the team of Spell, their journey in towards the OLC playoffs is basically over as soon as it began. The story does continue for Hit and Run tomorrow. For how long remains the question, but yeah, it comes to show that the team of Hit and Run basically really trained a lot. They were showing some quite unorthodox stuff here, but you know, if it works, it works, and you love to see it. Like trying out new things, trying to find different ways to play around the Onslaught modifiers to make the meta work in your favor. I like it.
I mean, it only has to work once. Teams will see this and probably like think about how to react against it. But the first time when you play against something unexpected, a lineup that's a little bit weird, you never have perfect reactions.
And that is going to leave us with today's results, where Cashback and Mafia have put themselves both in prime position for reaching the grand final. We're going to determine the first participant, or the first team for that one, tomorrow immediately in the first match. Then lower bracket semifinals down in the bloody trenches are Storm and Hit and Run, 2 teams who dropped down from the upper bracket but did manage to beat Scarlet, Flower, and Spell respectively. They're going to be fighting for the singular spot that's going to be left off to the upper bracket final in the lower bracket final here. It is going to be an interesting match in between the both of those as well, because I think both of those have shown that they can take very, very aggressive ways of playstyle, but they have also shown that they can be hurt.
It should be a really interesting match between Cashback and Mafia. Not sure who I'd predict coming out ahead there. Funny thing, that's a rematch from the last finals. So, and potentially the grand final later on as well.
We'll have to wait and see. This is the beauty of the double elimination bracket, and basically making sure that the best teams are going to be meeting in the grand final. That all being said and done, though, now it is once again your turn to support the prize pool for the Onslaught Legends series that's going to be later this year. So choose either of the bundles, whichever one you want. Basically 100% of the proceedings is going to go in towards the prize pool. We are not making any profit from it. So yeah, I think it's a really cool style. Get it and make the prize pool and the event truly awesome with your contribution.
Kihan cannot drive his Lambo for a month now because of this. He took it from his personal budget, the first 20k, and that's his fuel budget for the month. So
yeah, I can't drive the Lambo. I had to switch to the Ferrari, man.
Unfortunate that they are not winning anything. But
yeah, I also let's not get into this one. Anyway, Twitch drops, we already showed it to you at the start of the stream. Today are going to be personal reserves and some consumables. Tomorrow we also have mystery drops coming in, quite juicy ones, I would like to say. That being said, though, if you weren't able to completely claim all of your Twitch drops for today yet, we are, of course, as always, as is good tradition, going to raid the man that I was casting with, to rate Dakilzor on his own Twitch channel. He's going to have the drops, and also, I think later today, he's going to cover the NA part of the Onslaught Legends Cup.
Yes, that's very true, and hopefully win my match. If not, hopefully win the second match. And if not, at least tomorrow I'll be able to go to bed at a more human time.
All right, then thank you very, very much for an awesome day one of the Onslaught Legends Cup #2. Thank you all, obviously, as well for watching, for cheering. Obviously, my goodness. Hopefully, also enjoying the stream. That all being said and done, I think that's quite enough from the two of us. Let's head towards some replays and to Ducky's channel after.